Ending tomorrow, October 31st, 2024. We hope you can be part of this journey for both days. Third, since we're meeting virtually, it is essential to have a good internet connection. Also, find a quiet and comfortable spot for your virtual participation. Fourth, to help us keep in track of attendance, please use the same email address you use for registration when joining our Zoom meetings. Last, our exciting opening ceremony is just about to begin. We have some fantastic keynote speakers and discussions lined up. In closing, we want to express our gratitude to all of you for being part of this special gathering. Together, we will explore the latest developments in science and clinical pharmacy, collaborate, and set the stage for future breakthroughs. Now let's eagerly await the start of our opening ceremony. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you have a wonderful and enlightening conference ahead. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy, ICCSCP 2024, with the theme Latest Innovations in Drug Development Supporting Global Public Health. My name is Jihan from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, as your Master of Ceremony for the conference. Let us say thanks to the Almighty God who has been giving us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy so we can join and participate in this event today. And let us send our salawat to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It is an honor for me to introduce and welcome all honorable guests in this event. First, Honorable Director of Universitas Andalas, Eva Yonedi SE MMPM Akuntan PhD. Second, Honorable the First Vice Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Andalas, Profesor Apoteker Yufrialdi MSc PhD. Honorable the Chairman of Committee International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy 2024, Dr. Apoteker Dwisari Dila Samola MPharm. Honorable all the Deans of Pharmacy Faculties and Institution in Indonesia. Honorable our Excellency Speaker, Insinyur Audi Joinaldi, SPT, MSc, MM, IPM, ASEAN Engineer, PhD, as the Deputy Governor of West Sumatra, Indonesia. Professor Jungwon Lee, from College of Pharmacy, Seoul National University, South Korea. Professor Apoteker Armenia, PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, Indonesia. Professor Muhammad Makmur Bakri, PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Malaysia. Professor Zahir Uddin Babar, from Department of Pharmacy, University of Qatar, Qatar, and University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. Professor Pauline Lai, PhD, from Department of Primary Care Medicine, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Clinfarm Apoteker Dedi Almasdi, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, Indonesia. Professor Apoteker Andi Dian Permana, PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Hasanuddin, Indonesia. And Associate Professor Sukanya Dech Adisai, PhD, from Department of Pharmacognosy and Pharmaceutical Botany, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Honorable, Our Excellency invited speaker, Apoteker Islamuddin Ahmad MSE, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Mula Warman. Apoteker Dira Hefni MSc PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. Apoteker Tasya Amelia MSc PhD, from Sekolah Farmasi Institut Teknologi Bandung. Apoteker Purnawan Pontana Putra MSi, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. Dr. Rizky Edmi Edison PhD, from Faculty of Medicine of Universitas Prima Indonesia.
Recording in progress.
Apoteker Penny Indrayuda M. Biotech PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta. And last but not least, Apoteker Rini Agustin MSc PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. And especially for all participants who have been joining us in this special event. International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy, or ICCSCP, is an annual international conference organized by the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. This year, we focus on the latest innovation in drug development supporting global public health. The conference consists of 9 plenary lectures from our 9 outstanding keynote speakers and 2 parallel sessions for our honorable invited speakers and oral presenters. Over these 2 days, this conference will provide a great opportunity for participants to share knowledge, research findings, and experiences related to drug development that supports global public health. As such, this conference will feature presentations by international and national expert speakers. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on this day 1 of the conference, we have several agendas as shown on the screen, including 2 sessions of plenary lectures and 1 session of parallel oral presentation. To begin our activity today, let us move to the next agenda, that is opening dua, in order that our event runs smoothly. Opening dua will be led by Hikmah Ardiansyah. To Hikmah Ardiansyah, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The dua will be recited in the Islamic tradition. For non-Muslim attendees, please feel free to follow. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين، وعلى آله وصحبه رسول الله أجمعين. حمدا شاكرين، حمدا ناعمين، حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافي مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد ولك الشكر، كما ينبغي لجلالك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. Ya Allah, we gather here today at ICCSCP 2024 event with the intention of enhancing our knowledge and contributing to the health and well-being of humanity. Guide us towards beneficial knowledge and that strengthens our communities, brings healing to the ill, and alleviates suffering. Ya Allah, please grant us wisdom, clarity, and integrity in our work. Allow this conference to foster meaningful collaboration, unity, and understanding among us, regardless of our backgrounds and nations. Help us to innovate responsibly and with compassion so that our advancements may serve all humankind. Ya Allah, make our efforts sincere and fruitful. Accept our endeavors and allow us to be of service to those in need. May this gathering be blessed and may it bring forth solutions that contribute to a better world. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهما كما ربيانا صغارا. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه رسول الله أجمعين. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, next is singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I would like to invite the Chairman of Committee ICCSCP 2024, Dr. Apoteker Dwisari Dila Samola M.Pharm, to deliver a welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Dwisari Dila Samola.
Thank you, Jihan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all praises be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for his blessings, allowing us together today for the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy ICCSCP 2024. My peace and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, respected speakers, and dear participants. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I stand before you today as the chairman of the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy 2024. Hosted by the Faculty of Pharmacy at Universitas Andalas. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. First, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committee for the dedication and hard working in ensuring the success of this conference. Your efforts have been truly invaluable in making this event possible. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to the leadership of Universitas Andalas, particularly our rector, Dr. Eva Yonedi S.A. MPM Accountant. Special thanks also go to the leadership of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Professor Apoteker Fatma Sri Wahyuni, PhD, our Dean, Professor Yufri Aldi, Vice Dean 1, and Dr. Salman Umar, Vice Dean 2, for the continued support and guidance. This conference represents a unique opportunity for us to gather as a community of scholars, practitioners, and innovators dedicated to advancing the field of pharmacy. The theme of this year's conference, Latest Innovations in Drug Development, Supporting Global Public Health, reflects our shared commitment to addressing some of the most pressing health challenges of our time. I'm confident that this conference will serve as a platform for meaningful discussions and collaborations that lead to impactful innovations in our field. We are honored to have an outstanding lineup of keynote speakers who will share their expertise and insights over the next 2 days. These include Dr. Insinyur Haji Audi Joinaldi, SPT, MSc, MM, IPM, ASEAN Engineering, Vice Governor of West Sumatra Province, Indonesia, and his representation from the House Office of West Sumatra, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Muhammad Makmur Bakri, Faculty of Pharmacy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Professor Dr. Pauline Lai, the International Pharmaceutical Federation Technology Advisory Group, Department of Primary Care Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya, Malaysia. Dr. Apoteker Dedi Almasdi, MSc, Department of Pharmacology and Clinical Pharmacy, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, Indonesia. Professor Jung Won Lee, PhD, Department of Pharmacy, Seoul National University, Korea. Professor Dr. Apoteker Armenia, MS, Department of Pharmacology and Clinical Pharmacy, Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, Indonesia. Professor Dr. Zahir Udin Baba, Department of Pharmacy, University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. Professor Apoteker Andi Dian Permana, PhD, Department of Pharmaceutics, Faculty of Pharmacy, Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. Dr. Sukanya D. Adisai, Department of Pharmacognosy and Pharmaceutical Botany, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. We are excited to hear from each of these distinguished experts and explore the innovative work they are contributing to global health. Over the next 2 days, this conference will feature keynote lectures, parallel sessions, and oral presentations, which will allow us to delve into cutting edge research and advancements in pharmaceutical science. We have 114 oral presenters and also received 37 full paper submissions. We selected papers to be published in the International Journal of Applied Pharmaceutics, a Scopus Index Journal. Although I will not be officially opening the event, I'm honored to welcome all participants, speakers, and attendants from across the world. May this conference serve a fruitful platform for learning, collaboration, and innovation. This conference would not have been possible without the dedication and hard work of our organizing committee, the support of our sponsors, and the enthusiasm of our participants. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all who have contributing to making this event a reality. As we embark on this journey of knowledge sharing and professional development, I encourage each of you engage fully with sessions, ask questions, challenge assumptions, and explore the possibilities that this gathering presents. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn from one another and to contribute to ongoing evolution of our field. Lastly, I would like to celebrate the success of our previous Lustrum 12 events, including the National Student Competition, Open Senate Meeting, and Scientific Oration, Alumni Success Story Seminar, and the Fun Wall and Alumni Gathering. We are also looking forward to concluding the series with the Indonesian Pharmacy Olympiad next month. In closing, I would like to thank you once again for your participation and support. I wish you all a productive and inspiring conference. May the discussions we have here today and tomorrow pave the way for future innovations that will improve the health and well-being of people around the world. Thank you once again to everyone for your participation and contributions. I pray that this conference is blessed with success and brings valuable insights for the advancement of pharmaceutical science. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Dwisari Dila Samola, for the amazing welcoming speech. Next is the welcoming speech from the First Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, Professor Apoteker Yufrialdi, MSc, PhD. To Professor Yufrialdi, the screen is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya wa mursalin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajmain. Allahumma shalli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama shallaita ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim wa barik ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad kama barakta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim fil alamin innaka Hamidum Majid. Gentlemen, give the current that it is critical to explore in increased relation between drug development and global public health. Recent innovation pharmaceutical not only focus on efficiently but also every ethical consider include sole product process. The advancement reflect of comprised of grades which periodically quality, safety, and ability of medicine or address to worldwide health college. Our conference aims to expose the relationship between drug development and which of the global product health has the innovation approach to strategy decides that a shape advance this file. Our keynote on invite speaker from Korea, United Kingdom, Malaysia, Thailand, Australia, and Indonesia will be at ICCP 2024 on October 31, 2024. The present will discuss a latest development in clinical pharmacy, pharmacology, pharmacoeconomic, natural product, and pharma regulation. Over the next 2 days, we will be immense whirlwind of decision present and dialogue that promise to pass boundary of the understanding. The hit insights to guide the connect by an idea share which will have last important respectfully while and the world alike. I would like which bright of worldwide or organization to all gates of the participation development. This year, on September 21, we celebrate the 60th anniversary of establishment of Universitas Andalas Faculty of Pharmacy, and this meet is being held in honor of this occasion. On behalf of the Faculty of Pharmacy at Universitas Andalas, I would like to express my gratitude to speaker and participant of the ICCP 2024. Thank for the committee for staying hard work organizing this conference. Lately, I want acknowledge to Rector of Universitas Andalas for support this event. May God bless you all, Professor Dr. Apotheker Yufri Aldi, Fine Dean of Faculty Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas.
Thank you to Professor Yuprialdi for the warm welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda, please welcome the Rector of Universitas Andalas, Eva Yonedi S.A. MMPM Akuntan PhD, to deliver his opening speech and also to officially open the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy 2024. To Eva Yonedi S.A. PhD, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Pak.
All right, okay. All right, thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dear honorable guests, respected speakers, and distinguished participants. My name is Eva Yonedi. the president of Universitas Andalas. I am happy to be here. I was trained as an accountant, and actually my research is broadly on the area of corporate governance and how board function in a corporation. So the topic today is not in line with my expertise, even though I am very humble to welcome you to this prestigious conference, the International Conference on Contemporary Science and P 2024. As director of this university, I'm delighted to such an impressive gathering of scholars, experts, and health professionals and students who share a passion for advancing knowledge and fostering collaboration in the International Conference of Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy. I also like to extend my gratitude to the Dean of the Faculty of Pharmacy, the Chairperson of ICCSCP, and the committee, and all the participants who already attend this conference. This conference is a regular event that has been held since 2017 and provides a unique opportunity for us. This year, we gather under the theme, the latest innovation in drug development, supporting global public health. So rapid advancement in drug developments and discovery are paving the way for transformative health solutions, especially as we continue to face emerging global health challenges. The ongoing efforts to address disease and conditions that profoundly affect communities worldwide essential for the development of science, technology, collaboration within So, ladies and gentlemen, in the wake of recent global health crisis, we have seen sorry for the technical things here. So the ICCSCP 2024 provides an important platform for experts to exchange knowledge and to showcase their findings and to inspire new approach in advancing public health through drug development and discovery. Universitas Andalas remains committed to investing more in education, in research and community services. In line with this commitment, I fully support the ICCSCP 2024, an opportunity for knowledge sharing and research dissemination between Indonesian and international researchers. It is also a hub for networking between scholars, health professionals, researchers, and government institutions. I do expect that this event will lead to stronger future collaboration and international research network. I extend my sincere gratitude to keynote speakers and invited speakers for attending this event to share the updates of drug discovery development from a scientific and regulatory perspectives. I visited a University of Gifu last week, and they offer a collaboration between the two universities in the area of health, including drug development and discovery. So we have been working for a long time with Gifu University in the academic field and also in a student exchange and faculty exchange. So hopefully, yeah, we can further our collaboration between the others international universities and researchers. Finally, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee from the Faculty of Pharmacy of Universitas Andalas for successfully arranging this international conference. So this conference be productive and inspiring experience for everyone, and might serve as a foundation for future collaboration that will continue to advance our global public health. I hope you will have many takeaways from this conference. It will challenge your existing assumptions and current thinking, and it stimulates you for further reading and bring new research ideas, and hopefully the output will be a research proposal for international research collaboration and publication. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to FI Yonedi SA PhD for opening our special event. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of our warm welcome, we are delighted to present to you a traditional dance performance symbolizing our wholehearted dedication to embracing all participants. Please join us in appreciating the Pasambahan dance, gracefully performed by the pharmacy student of Universitas Andalas. Continuing to the video, we would like to present you the introduction of the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas.
Dari Japun hendak ke Japun, Cino mamue pacah bala. Ampun baribu kali ampun. Ampunkan ambo, dininya ambo nan gadang basa batuah. Buruang sinura, buruang sinuri, menari-nari ateh pamatang. Siriah galak pinang menari, mancaliak tuan nan alah datang. Anau kaciak sagonyo rape, rape nan tolong dirunduakkan, runduakkan baa ke dalam banda. Kami kaciak jolong nan dape, dape nan tolong ditunjukkan, tunjukkan baa kanan bana. Tambilang di rumpun lanse, tasisiak di ruang lantai. Kami bilang sado nan dape, nan tingga untuk orang pandai. Apalah nan menjadi adai di nagari, Siriah baca biak pinang bagatok, timbakau bacucu kapuah babasah. Siriah secabiak lah minta dimakan, pinang sagatok lah minta dikunyah. Ikolah Siriah dalam carano, tandonya kita berputih hati. Etanlah ambo punyo sambah, Jawa salam kami sudahi.
Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our plenary lecture session 1 at 9 a.m. Distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. We are now beginning our conference and move to the next agenda, the plenary lecture session 1. The plenary lecture session 1 will consist of 3 lecturers. The first plenary lecture will be delivered by Insinyur Audi Joinaldi, SPT MSc MM IPM ASEAN Engineer PhD, as the Deputy Governor of West Sumatra, Indonesia, which will be represented by Mr. Saiful Jamal SKM from the Health Office of West Sumatra, Indonesia. The second plenary lecture will be delivered by Professor Jung Woon Lee from College of Pharmacy, Seoul National University, South Korea. Followed by the third plenary lecture by Professor Apoteker Armenia, PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas, Indonesia. In this session, we would like to extend an invitation to all attendees to post questions by entering them in the chat room. These questions will be addressed during the upcoming Q&A session. For the first session of plenary lecture, we will be led by Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our moderator. Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, PhD, is a dedicated lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. He achieved his bachelor and master degree in Universitas Andalas and continued his doctoral degree at the University of Sydney. He has done some research and publications since 2013 in pharmacology and medicinal chemistry. His latest publications include the role of adjuvant in overcoming antibacterial resistance due to enzymatic drug modification in 2022, eutectic mixture of fenofibric acid and stringic acid, improvement of dissolution rate and its anti-hyperlipidemic activity in 2023, and integrating computational methods into antibacterial drug discovery and development from natural products in 2024. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, PhD, to be on the screen to guide the plenary lecture session 1. To Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, the screen is yours.
All right, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, participants and distinguished speakers in this wonderful event. Welcome to this exciting plenary session of the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy 2024, or the name that we quite renewable in Indonesia, because this event has been held since 2017. Now, in ICCSCP 2024, organized by the Faculty of Pharmacy Universitas Andalas, we will revolve around a timely and critical theme of latest innovations in drug development supporting global public health. My name is Yori, and I'm so honored to be your moderator for today's session. So over the next 3 hours, we will dive into some incredible research and insights on pharmaceutical innovation, public health policy, and also novel treatment pathways for the global health challenges that we are currently facing. We already have 3 outstanding speakers who are leaders in their respective fields, and I'm pretty sure and have no doubt that today's discussion will hopefully leave us all inspired. So during this plenary session, each of our speakers will have around 30 minutes to present their research findings and insights, and will be followed by a 15 minutes Q&A session where all participants can ask questions. And since we have many participants joining us here online, more than 400 participants, feel free to submit the questions via the conference platforms, chat box, or any other manner that you can provide, or also feel free to raise your hand and deliver your questions directly. I'll do my best to bring as many questions as possible for as long as the time permits. Now, our first speaker is someone with an impressive track record in public service, business, and academia. We have Dr. Audi Joinaldi, currently serves as the Vice Governor of the West Sumatra Province, making history as the youngest person to hold the position of Vice Governor in Indonesia. So beyond politics, he is also recognized as an entrepreneur and academician. Dr. Audi holds a PhD from the Institut Pertanian Bogor, IPB, and he also holds an engineering degree from various prestigious institutions across the nation, including Universitas Gadjah Mada, and also from Institut Pertanian Bogor, where he also earned his bachelor's degree in agriculture. Throughout his career, he has spoken at more than 350 national and international events. In addition to his public role, he also serves as a lecturer at both IPB and UGM, chairs a political party as we know it, and holds top management roles in various companies across the country. Today, Dr. Audi will be speaking on a topic of critical importance for us. But before we begin with our scheduled speaker, Dr. Audi Joinaldi, the Vice Governor of West Sumatra, we have a brief perhaps adjustment to the agenda that we have today due to his current commitments. Dr. Audi will join us a bit later in this session. And in the meantime, I'm pleased to introduce or invite Mr. Saiful Jamal from the Department of Health, West Sumatra Province, who will be delivering an opening lecture in preparation for Dr. Audi's presentation. Mr. Saiful Jamal will bring, well, hopefully valuable insights that align with the theme of today's plenary session and the contribution that will have set the stage for Dr. Audi's talk. Dr. Saiful Jamal, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi rasulillahi ajma'in. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. I ask permission to read the presentation from the Governor of West Sumatra, who is represented by the Health Service. The Honorable Rector of Andalas University, Vice Dean of Faculty Pharmacy, Andalas University, and ladies and gentlemen, speaker and all seminar participant, ICCSCP 2024. Governmental support for drug innovation, advancing global public health. Historical root. Traditional medicine in West Sumatra has deep historical roots stemming from ancient belief and practice that have been passed down through generations. Unique healing method evolved in response to local need and resource, incorporating herbal remedies, spiritual ritual, and holistic approach. Traditional healers known as dukun have long played a vital role in preserving cultural heritage and providing essential health service within the community. The integration of spiritual, physical, and mental elements in traditional medicine reflect the profound connection between health and spiritual belief in West Sumatra culture. Next. West Sumatra rich biodiversity support a vast array of medicinal plants with potent healing properties, from common roots like ginger and turmeric to unique species such as tokat ali. Ingenious communities and traditional practitioners harvest this plant sustainably, honoring the balance of nature and the interconnectedness of all living things. The varied landscape of West Sumatra serves as a natural laboratory, offering endless possibilities for studying and harnessing the therapeutic potential of traditional plants. The integration of traditional knowledge with modern research of promise for developing new, effective treatment rooted in the botanical wealth of the region. Next. Global Health Challenge. First, global health faces numerous challenges, including lack access to medicine, inadequate funding, and the emergence of disease that disproportionately impact vulnerable population worldwide. In developing countries constrained resource, underdeveloped healthcare infrastructure, and regulatory barriers for the impeding drug innovation and distribution, worsening global health disparities. Collaborative effort among government, NGOs, and pharmaceutical companies are essential to bridge this gap, preventing the research, development, and distribution of innovative
innovative medicine and global scale. To accelerate drug discovery, extend affordability, and achieve sustainability public health outcome. Next. The second, government strategic role has refined version of this section. The government plays a pivotal role in shaping policies, providing funding, and creating incentives to drive drug innovation aligned with public health priorities and community needs. By fostering collaboration among research institutions, universities, and the pharmaceutical industry, the government support the development of innovation that address critical public health challenges. Strategic investment in research and development, public-private partnership, and effective regulatory framework are essential for creating an environment conducive to drug discovery and expanding access to essential medicine worldwide. Government incentives such as grant, tax incentive, and subsidies exhort pharmaceutical companies to invest in research and development for neglected disease and health emergencies, helping to ensure equitable access to life-saving treatment. Policy coherence, cross-sector coordination, and evidence-based education, making all crucial for optimizing resource, strengthening innovation ecosystem, and mitigating risks in the global landscape of drug development. Government provide for us refined version of this section. Collaboration among government, academia, industry, and civil society provide knowledge exchange, technology transfer, and capacity building to accelerate drug discovery, streamline production process, and enhance global healthcare delivery. Public-private partnership facilitate risk sharing, harness expertise, and maximize resources to overcome scientific challenge, regulatory obstacles, and market uncertainties, enabling to rapid and affordable introduction of innovative medicine. Joint initiatives in research, clinical trial, and post-market surveillance ensure the drugs are safe, effective, and accessible, fostering public trust is new treatment for both widespread disease and emerging health threats. Shared innovation platform, data sharing framework, and ethical standards strengthen transparency, accountability, and sustainability in collaborative effort to develop groundbreaking drug, vaccine, and treatment that address pressing global health crisis. Drug and raw material self-sufficiency, local production power, independency in the production of drug and raw material can reduce import dependence, thus increasing the resilience of the national health system. Limited resource, Indonesia continues to face challenges developing the necessary infrastructure and human resources to achieve drug independence. International cooperation, there are significant opportunities to forge partnership with other countries in drug research and development, expand access to global market, and decrease reliance on important raw material. Threat of global competition from international drug manufacture process excellent to the growth of local pharmaceutical industry. Two countries, these strategies must be implemented to exchange at hand. Collaboration and production research. Drug innovation policy. Research serves as foundational pillar in the development of new medicine, enabling the discovery of effective and safe active compound to address wide range of disease impacting global population. Multidisciplinary collaboration among scientists, the pharmaceutical industry, and government agencies in essential research to accelerate the innovation process and ensure that new product effectively address public health need. Social economic impact. Effective research not only enhance public health outcome, but also foster economic growth by generating jobs and advancing the local pharmaceutical industry. West Sumatra provincial government support for drug innovation. Next. The first, global health. The shortage of affordable and accessible medicine remains a significant obstacle to improving global public health. Innovative drug development necessitates substantial investment and resource, creating challenge for research and underdeveloped communities. Government intervention is crucial in fostering drug research and development, and collaboration between government and the pharmaceutical industry can drive sustainable solutions to global health challenges. Right. Funding from the government. The Sumatra provincial government actively support drug research and development, promoting innovation to address global unmet medical need. The partnership between the provincial government and the private sector enable to utilization of industrial expertise and sought to expand drug discovery and production. Government funding mechanism play a critical role in enhancing access to essential medicine that can save life. Regulatory framework. The West Sumatra provincial government collaborate with relevant sector to ensure the drug innovation adhere to strict safety and quality standard, safeguarding public health and welfare. Transparent regulatory process for foster trust in the healthcare system and facilitate timely access to innovative medicine to comply with quality standard. Collaboration among government, the pharmaceutical industry, universities, and research institutes is essential to accelerate drug innovation, leveraging research and expertise to produce high-quality products that address global public health needs. Regular monitoring and evaluation by the government are required for minimizing risk and ensuring to availability of safe and effective medicine. Equalization of health service. Government policies play a crucial role in promoting health equity by ensuring that all individuals have equitable access to affordable medicine, regardless of the socioeconomic status. Initiative focus and fairness in drug innovation aim to reduce disparities in health service and improve health outcome for marginalized communities and vulnerable population. Government-backed program and policies are essential for combating health disparities and advancing the right to health for all communities. Product standardization, certification, and accreditation. The certification and accreditation process for drug innovation drug product is conducted by relevant institution to ensure that the innovation introduced are reliable and aligning with public health need. Support for innovation. The government provides support through incentive for drug research and development, fostering collaboration between the public sector and private industry to create innovation solutions that benefit the community. Strike regulation, weight by the Hague Act, governments establish stringent regulation to ensure that all medicinal product meets safety and effectiveness standard, protecting and the public from untested product. Thank you. I'm sorry, I asked permission to leave this meeting after presented because I have to return to the meeting agenda with domestic health because I'm in meeting di Cibubur sekarang. I'm sorry. I thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Saiful Jamal, for the wonderful presentation, for such a comprehensive and enlightening presentation. These insights on the government's strategic role and supporting drug innovation for global health hopefully provided us with a deep understanding on how policy or public-private partnership and the local production power can contribute for addressing the global health challenges, especially in the pharmaceutical field. Now, I think we will continue to the next presenter. Now, have joined with us the second plenary speaker, Professor Lee Jung-Wyon. So, welcome to the conference, Professor. So, before we give the screen and time to Professor Lee, I'd like to read the profile, the curriculum vitae of Professor Lee Jung-Wyon. And Professor Lee was born in 6th of February 1963 in Seoul, Republic of Korea. He obtained his PhD in pharmacology from the University of North Carolina in 2000. Before that, he also obtained his master's in biochemistry from the University of Tennessee in the US as well. And he obtained his degree in agricultural chemistry and plant biochemistry from both from Seoul National University. So Professor Lee is a fellow in medical science in Seoul, the Korean Academy of Science and Technology. Now he serves as the professor in the Department of Pharmacy, College of Pharmacy, Seoul National University. And before that, he was the associate professor in the same university, in same department, in the same university. And some of his wonderful publication, I think we got a lot of that, but I'll read some of them. So Professor Lee, in 2024, has published some publications. Some of them are association between hepatocyte TM4SF5 expression and gut microbiome dysbiosis during non-alcoholic fatty liver disease development, which is just submitted. And another one, also related with the same subject, of course, about hepatocyte TM4SF5 stabilizer systolic NCOA3 and supports macropanocytosis for albumin uptake and bioenergetics during hepatocellular carcinoma progression. And yeah, there are quite a lot of publications across the page that I will not read for the time efficiency of the conference. So let's invite Professor Lee to deliver his lecture in perhaps around 30 minutes. And then we will collect the question from the participants, and we also encourage and invite the participants to shoot your questions over the chat box, or you can also feel free to raise your hand and the committee will provide the screen to the participants. Now, Professor Lee, the time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here with you all to talk about our research results, which have been done for last more than 20 years about TM4SF5, a transmembrane domain protein. So we found that this protein, which would be kind of a oncogenic protein regarding to hepatocellular carcinoma. So today I am going to talk about the roles of this protein in triggering the non-alcoholic steatohepatitis and the HCC. And then we might think about how we can control or target this protein to interrupt the development of liver disease. So I will have 5 steps to talk about, but because of time limitation, I would be a little bit hurry up. The first session would be metabolic abnormality would be discussed with regard to TM4SF5 protein. So as we know, the healthy liver can be developed toward HCC via steps of the fatty liver and steatohepatitis, including more inflammation, and then fibrotic features with extracellular matrix depositions. And we have the people have tried to develop the reagents to deal with these chronic liver disease for a long time. But so far, still we don't have any clues how we can control these liver disease, because we even don't have a specific biomarkers which is involved in NASH and then HCC. So even in this 2019, the Nature papers said that we need to know which molecules would be important for driving or transition from NASH to HCC. So we don't know much about how these chronic liver disease would be developed stepwise. So around the world, about 1/3 could be could have a NAFLD disease, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So in Asia countries, the percentage would be about 30. So 1/3 would be prevalent. However, in 2021, Nature paper showed that NASH features would limit the immunotherapeutic treatment in case of advanced HCC. So many people had the NASH or not feel the features, symptoms, but once they have development toward the HCC, then immunotherapeutic reagent would not be efficient at all. So we need
Professor Lee, I'm
Yeah.
sorry for interrupting. I think the participants will need the presentation to be presented in slideshow. Can you
slideshow.
please do that? Yep.
Yeah, so you don't see the slideshow?
No, so we're just seeing the very first page of your presentation.
So how about this?
Still the same. What we can probably suggest, perhaps, leave the screen sharing and then reshare the screen
Yeah.
after.
So I cannot control. So can you make it the slideshow by yourself instead of me?
Okay, let's try.
Yeah, I did this thing.
Yeah, it's still in not the slideshow presentation, still the PPT file.
How about this?
What we can try is probably to leave the screen sharing and then try to reshare the screen.
So you cannot see the. Can you see?
Yeah, we
or
can
not?
see that all about TMFSF5 so far and so forth, but we cannot see the.
So now
but
you
not
can
in
see.
the slideshow.
Yeah. So yeah, I was here. So you can see it now.
Yes, we can see the page, but not the slideshow.
Oh, slideshow.
Yeah, perhaps the committee can be helping with this and stop the screen sharing from Professor Lee and then ask Professor Lee to again share the screen after deleting the screen sharing.
How about this? You cannot see?
Yeah, we can see the same style, not the slideshow. So the technical officer can probably stop the screen sharing from Professor Lee and then ask Professor Lee again to share the screen.
So do I need to go or just wait?
Okay, perhaps let's just continue with this, Professor Lee. So now we are seeing targeting HCC requires considering NASH. If that's the right page.
So I said about okay, got it. So as I said, that NASH features would be limiting the treatment of immunotherapeutic reagents for HCC. So we need to know what kind of molecules would be important for NASH and then also HCC. Then we can target a little bit NASH not to have advanced development toward HCC. So with that kind of a proposal or unmet needs from the clinical situation, we have studied on this TMF-SF5 protein, which has been shown by us that this protein can be induced by the inflammatory situation and involved in the development of a chronic liver disease from inflammation, fibrosis, and cancer. So TM45 seems to be involved in the NASH and also HCC. So if we can block the actions of TM45 or the complex formation by TM4SF5, which would be importantly playing the roles between for the transition from the healthy liver to the cancer, we can have a kind of a clinical benefits, not to have a serious chronic liver disease. So and then we can talk about the roles of TM45 and also the TM45 complex with the other membrane proteins playing as a hub over the signaling pathways in the hepatocytes. So TM45 looks like this. It has 4 transmembrane domains, and it can localize at the membranes, and it can be multimerized with the glycosylation. So it can have a massive protein complexes on the membrane, and we found that many other membrane proteins can bind to TM45. So in a region of membrane, TM45 can locate and bind with the other membrane proteins to play transduction of signaling pathways toward the inside of cells, leading to regulation of cell functions, causing chronic liver disease. So at the membrane area where TM45 can bind with many other proteins, we call that protein complexes as TM45 enriched microdomains, so T5-OMs. So where protein complexes can regulate many biochemical aspects of the signaling pathways leading to cell functions regulation. So in case of the liver, so in one hepatocyte, this TM45 or T5-OMs can locate the plasma membrane, lysosomal membrane, and the contact sites between mitochondria and lysosome membranes. Even this protein complex can be located to exosomes, which can be traveling toward other organs. So in addition to hepatocyte, also the immune cells can express this protein to form the complexes. So we can have multiple versions of the crosstalks via these proteins. So inside of a cell, hepatocyte, or between liver cells and between organs, leading to chronic liver disease. So if we can block the function or roles of this protein or complex, then we might have a chance to block this disease development. And then I would go to how this protein can be playing the roles in the regulation of metabolisms. So we have animal models which has overexpression of these proteins. So in this case, with overexpression, you see the abnormal obesity. And also this protein. Without the protein, without this gene, you have a less body weight compared to wild type mouse. So, but when you are young, the animals are young, the loss of this gene would cause less body weight. But in elder cases, the loss of this gene can maintain the body weight. But wild type mouse with still the gene has a loss of body weight. So this kind of a feature would indicate that sarcopenia just like young people and older people. So when you are young, the body weight can be regulated for healthy conditions and maintain the body weight healthy in the older cases. But with this gene, the body weight would be overweight in young ages, but in older cases, the body weight would be lost, so becoming sick. So this gene seems to be very interesting to have I mean, the better roles in the development of body weights or the metabolic disease.
Professor Lee, I'm sorry for interrupting again.
Yeah.
What we are seeing now is the page 5 of your presentation.
Oh man.
Yeah, can you please reshare the file?
So how I was saying, yeah.
Please retry to share the screen again, and
you see that?
Yeah, that's better. That's the slideshow. What we can see now is TM4 part, and we have 2 charts about longevity. Is that the right page that you are presenting?
So far
now?
you didn't see it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we just go to page number 5.
Yeah.
Okay, Professor, you're good to go. Thanks.
Yeah. So with this gene, you might not be able to live long. So better to have better not to have these roles of these genes in our body to live longer without disease. And then we try to understand how this protein or related events can be causing the NASH or fatty deposition and inflammation in liver. We have 2 studies actually done by Yangi Pinanga, which is who is the professor now in ITB, Indonesia. And she studied 2 stories. First, how TM45 can regulate hormone or cytokines in during the diet situation to cause fat deposition or inflammation. In second, she studied also the effect of TM45 on the gut microbiome systems, how it can be related to this chronic disease. So in case of NCD, normal chow diet or high-fat diet for 1 week shortly, and also MCD diet, methionine choline deficient diet for 4 weeks, we see differences in the microbiome systems causing the bad situations. So if we have a TM45 in animal, by having the overexpression of this gene in the hepatocyte only, then the microbiome seems to be causing notorious situations leading to inflammation. So the FB ratio would be increased in case of transgenic animals under normal chow diet and MCD diet, causing the bad situations. And also she found that certain functions, metabolic pathway functions, which would be regulated by TM45 gene and also diet, leading to induction of the short chain fatty acid, including acetate, propionate, and butyrate, which can be transferred to liver from the gut as a kind of a metabolite from microbiome, causing the inflammation in the liver. So this kind of microbiome systems altered by TM45 expression in hepatocyte can lead to inflammation again in the liver. So this paper has been just accepted a couple of weeks ago. And then she also studied how the food eating systems or behaviors can cause not filled situations in depending on TM45 manners. So she found that if we have if a animal has a TM45 fiber gene, then the animals eat more in daytime, which would not be the active time period. The animals, mouse animals would be active during the nighttime, but not active in daytime. But still, they eat more. So it causes TFH5 expression in animals causes abnormal eating behaviors to become bad liver situations. Higher values of the AST and ALT in the liver, but if we give the food to the animals only daytime, then the situation would be reduced. So full time over the 24 hours, then TG mouse, transgenic animals would eat more the daytime and getting bad liver situations, as you see here. And also, if we gave the animals high-fat diet for 1 week shortly, then those animals eat more food during the daytime and nighttime also, and the eating pattern seems to be much different depending on TM5 expression. And this kind of situation also was correlated with the expression of apelin, which is a kind of a hormone to cause food appetite, food eating behaviors. So with this protein, with this gene or protein expression, they have a more hormone expression or secretion. And then if we treat the animals with directly the apelin hormone, then we have more food eating, even in case of a KO mouse without the gene. So TFH5 can induce apelin, and if we treat the animals, the KO mouse with apelin, then the KO animal can eat more. So it seems to be interesting. We found that TM5 can cause more appetizing behaviors during the inactive period, and then causing the bad liver situations, leading to fat deposition or inflammation furthermore. In clinical sample, with the clinical samples, we found that TM5 expression can be related to serum albumin levels positively, and also BMI levels would be kind of positively related. So the animal studies we have done could be well correlated with clinical situations also. So this paper has been published by Yangi Pinanga last year. And also we have done many other animal systems studies. So with the TM5 expression, livers become fatty and the body weight was increased from here to there. But with the treatment of the animals with the inhibitor, TM5 specific inhibitor, then we have less body weight gains. So which is interesting. And also we found that if knock out the gene, TM5 gene in the animal, then we have a less amount of monoacyl, diacyl, triacyl glycerols in different carbon chain lengths. And also with the TM5 expression, we see inflammation and the collagen deposition, and also the hepatocyte ballooning, which indicate the hepatocyte damages compared to wild type animals. So this indicated that overexpression of TM5 in the liver can cause rash symptoms. And also we found that TMF fiber expression can be causing activation of T cell, macrophage, and the NK cells, resulting in the development of this disease. So actually, depending on the time of the transgenic animals, the disease can be more severely developed. So at 12 months, it is just a the static, but with more 6 months more at 18 months, we can see inflammation and the collagen deposition with hepatocyte damages, indicating that NASH associated fibrosis. So if the animals or liver of the animals express TMF fiber, then the animals can develop chronically liver disease as time passes after born. So also we have done how macrophages can be involved in the NASH or NASH-associated fibrosis development in the animals. So TMF fiber can be expressed in the macrophages, in the M1 type macrophages in the early stage of the NASH, but later to go to fibrotic situation, the macrophages can be repolarized from one M1 to M2 types. So although the story seems to be very complicated, I would just say our observations or results. So TMF fiber can be act very badly to cause chronic liver disease severely. And also, TMF fiber expression can cause inflammation via ROS, reactive oxygen radicals or species. So if TMF fiber express the animal express TMF fiber in the hepatocyte heavily, then we see more ROS. But in case of a knockout mouse, we don't see much. But the inhibition of the TMF fiber with the chemicals, we see reduced ROS production. So, TMF fiber seems to be causing the inflammation or ROS productions anyway. And it is the summary figures for the macrophage roles depending on the TMF fiber to cause NASH-associated fibrosis. Clinically, again, we have analyzed the patients with just a static situation and the NASH situation. So, depending on the fibrosis scores, from the left to the right side, the fibrosis score would be from 0 to 4. 4 means a cirrhosis situation. So it becomes more severe toward the right side. So as you see, TMF fiber expression is increasing from almost null to the heavy situation. And also together with this TMF fiber expression, CCL5 SORT1 and laminin gamma 2 seems to be parallel. But in case of collagen 1, in these two cases, of the not full, just the static patients showed also collagen 1. So although many other people considers the collagen 1 is a fibrotic markers, but we see a little delicate differences or differences between the situation, patient's situation and the collagen 1 expression levels. Rather than collagen 1, we see more fidelity in the laminin gamma 2 expression and the others. So this is the summary of that observation. TMF fiber can be induced by these cytokine chemokines, leading to fat storage and ECM expressions from steatosis to steatohepatitis. And then now I would like to talk about the HCC, how TM45 can mediate hepatocellular carcinoma. So this slide shows the human patient tissues for normal part or HCC part, colon carcinoma, and metastatic cancer in liver from rectum. So these types would be all the cancer types we can see in the liver. But as you see here, only HCC can be positive for TM45, not the normal cholangiocarcinoma or metastatic tumors in the liver. So fortunately enough, we have certainly specific situations that TM45 in the HCC cases might be very important roles to cause such a bad disease. As you see, the TCGA data sets showed that liver cancer would be highly expressing TM45 compared to normal cases, much less than those. And as the disease stage becomes serious, advanced, then the TM45 positive cases would be worse for the output of the patients. And also, if we challenging over the transgenic animal mouse up to 27 months, automatically these animal forms a tumor. And when we analyze those liver tissues, we see many HCC markers, including MMP2, CD34, FUCA, AFP, PDL1, and TM45 laminin gamma 2. But in case of KO mice with a 27 months old age, we don't see much such kind of features. So TM45 overexpression itself can cause spontaneously liver tumors, even in case of animals. So, and if we use disease susceptible mouse strain, FVBN mouse, then overexpression of this TM45 can cause more tumor formations. And also those tissues show the positive markers. So this FVBN model mouse strain would be easy to get the disease, especially in the lung cancer. So at the age of 12 months, this mouse would have about 30-40% of lung cancer development, but never in liver cancer. But in our case, at 12 months, about 30-40% of the live animals could get the nodules in the liver. Actually, 2 formed the tumor, but 2 were dead, probably because of a tumor. So we had a kind of situation that TM45 can cause inflammation and fat deposition with collagen depositions called as a NASH-associated fibrosis. So from these disease status, we might have a cancer development. So in this case, certain inflammation or immune cell systems would be involved to cause cancer in the liver. So actually, in this case, in wild-type mouse, if we treat a wild-type mouse with a DAN, and wait for 9 months, we see very significant development of tumor formation in the liver, but never, not many in the KO mouse. And even in this case, if we treat compound, specifically inhibitory against the TM45, then we don't see many tumor formation here. So TM45 seems to be important to develop tumor formation in the liver. So in this case, with the tumor formation, we see Ki67 positiveness and the AFP positiveness in the tumor region compared to normal-like regions. But in case of a KO mouse, such features were not shown. And in the case of a wild-type mouse, with the treatment of TSHC, in addition to then we don't see much such positiveness here. And also in wild-type cases, a serious inflammation situation was observed compared to inhibitor-treated conditions. And also we see very significant reduced NK cell population, active cell population, so indicating that in this tumor development situation, NK cell seems to be inactivated, not to kill the tumor cells. So we tried to understand how NK cell inactivation might be caused by TM45 expression in the hepatocyte. So if we overexpress TM45 in the hepatocyte, we lose these molecules, which would be involved in the activation of NK cells. So if NK cell lost these proteins, then they might be inactivated. So then inactive NK cells cannot kill target cancer cells. So actually, we tried to then to animal again for 9 months again, and then sacrifice to analyze these things. We see still we see the reduced active NK cell populations. Purpurine positive cells were reduced, and granzyme positive cells were reduced when the animals, TGM animal was treated by then compared to control conditions. So because of a treatment of then, this TG mouse can develop tumor formation very easily. During that time, this NK cells seems to be inactivated. So clinical data showed that SLAMF7 inhibition or reduced SLAMF7 level would be very significantly affecting the survival of the patients. And also this case showed that in the tumor regions, Ki67 TIGIT or this SLAMF7 levels would be regulate depending on the TM45 expression levels, but such an effect were not shown in the knockout mouse. So tumor region would be like this, and the TIGIT would be inhibitory molecule. So it is more positive in this tumor region compared to normal region. But in this stimulatory protein would be both positive in both area, just like TM45. Actually, this would be more, more in, I think, in the normal-like regions. But TM45 seems to be parallel in both tumor and normal-like regions. But in the normal-like regions, TM45 seems to be positive mostly in the scar areas, indicating the serious cytosis near to tumor region. And then we would like to talk about how we could control or target the TM45 mediated effect to cause NK cell inactivation. So we have a certain modalities, reagents to inhibit TM45 specifically, leading to blocking of the NK cell inactivation. eventually resulting in activation of NK cells to kill the cancer cells. So we have chemicals, and also we have therapeutic antibodies. So we have many different ways which have been developed for more than last 15 years. So this slide shows that many ligand proteins of the NK cells, which can bind to no, I would say again. This slide shows that many receptors, membrane receptor proteins in the NK cells, which can bind to ligands of the cancer cells. So binding between these ligand and receptor can cause regulation of the NK cell activities, resulting in the attacking or killing capacity of the NK cells toward the cancer cells. So if a tumor cells has TM45 or SLMF7, I mean, if a tumor cells has SLMF7, then this SLMF7 can bind to receptor on the NK cells, leading to activation of NK cells and then kill the tumor. But in our case, HCC tumor cells can overexpress also TM45. TM45 can degrade SLMF7. Then this SLMF7, because the SLMF7 was reduced or degraded, then which would not be leading to interaction between these ligand and the receptor in the between the NK and tumor cells. So NK cells cannot be activated at all. So then tumor cells can be escaped from the NK cell attacks. So which called as immune evasion or immune escape. So if we develop any reagent, antibody, or chemicals to interrupt the interaction between SLMF7 on the tumor cells and its receptor SLMF7 again in the NK cells, then although these cells might have TM45 or SLMF7, then still this protein cannot be activated rather. So it can kill the cancer cells. So that's the rationale over our studies. So actually, the immune checkpoints, which which would be in the T or NK cells, include the CTLA4, PD1, and the tumor cells PDL1. So these the antibodies against the PDL1, PD1, CTLA4 are well-known immune checkpoint inhibitors currently being used in the pharmaceutical companies and clinical situations. So our protein, ligand, called as here ligand X, TM45, can interact with these proteins, then interrupting the binding between these proteins. Or whenever our protein can bind to these things, we can interrupt those bindings with the chemicals or antibodies, then which eventually can regulate the NK cells to improve or promote NK cell cytotoxicity. So in this case, node-skid mouse, sorry, this mouse doesn't have immune systems. So we have injected cancer cells here, positive for TM45, and then 1 week later, we have injected the chemicals at these conditions. And then eventually we sacrificed and analyzed those livers. So we see tumor formations by TM45 positive cell injections, and additional inhibitor treatment could cause reduced tumor sizes or numbers. And also the control livers showed that higher AFP, TM45, and collagen depositions and other inflammatory molecules. But when the drug was treated, such a kind of features or effects could be reduced, though. So indicating that this compound can block TMFS5 mediated tumor formation even without the immune cells, indicating that this compound can block the signaling activities of TMFS5 itself. And also we found that TMFS5 can modulate intracellular localization of the SLAMF7. So the ligand means SLAMF7 here, SLAMF7. So SLAMF7 can bind to TMFS5 and then can go to lysosomal area. So if without the TMFS5 expression, the SLAMF7 green one would be mostly located at the membrane regions. But if the cells express TMFS5, then green color SLAMF7 can be also in the intracellular area, indicating that lysosomes positive for LAMP1. So these indicate that lysosomes. So lysosomal SLAMF7 indicate that yellow stains here. So if we have an expression of TMFS5, SLAMF7 would be located more lysosomes, but not on the plasma membranes. So the binding of TMFS5 to SLAMF7 can cause translocation toward from plasma membrane to lysosomes, probably for degradation, lysosomal degradation. So we see binding can cause a little reduced level, but with the mutations of SLAMF7 lost causes no binding, then the protein level would not be reduced. So so binding itself can cause translocation toward the lysosome, resulting in the degradation. So if we block the lysosomal degradation, then we don't see reduced levels of this SLAMF7. Without the lysosomal degradation inhibition, we see loss of the proteins. And also, when we stained the wild type SLAMF7 can locate lysosomal area, but mutants would not be, this specific mutant would not be binding to TMFS5, but the location would not be outside of the lysosomes. Still, it has a strong green colors. So I mean, glycosylation mutant. This mutation would be glycosylation mutants of the SLAMF7. So the glycosylation patterns of SLAMF7 and the TMFS5 would be important for the binding and the degradation fate. This kind of observation has been recently submitted to this journal, which would be highly ranked. And also, such kind of effects has been tested also in the animal models, which were injected with human HCC tissue cubes. So we injected human HCC tissue cube to liver directly by the surgery, and then treated drugs at these conditions for about 3 weeks, and then analyze the tumor sizes. So without treatment, you will see this size of tumors, but with the treatment of these compounds, reduce the tumor size and the volumes. And the positiveness of these molecules in the liver has been reduced. And also SLAMF7 population has been more positive in case of the drug treatment. So TMFS5 seems to be inactivating NK cells, and that inactivation can be inhibited by this compound. And as a summary of that story, so the NK cell, the cancer cells can express this TMPRSS fiber, and the TMPRSS fiber can bind to membrane SLMF7 and then translocate to lysosomal 4 degradation. Then, because of no SLMF7 in this target cancer cells, then binding to SLMF7 on the NK cells would not be possible, leading to no activation of NK cells. Then HCC can progress. Otherwise, if we treat cells with this compound, then it can block the TMPRSS fiber and the SLMF7. So the SLMF7 can be intactly maintained on the cell surface, and then it can bind to receptor on the NK cells, leading to activation of NK cells for the formation or secretion of granules for lysis of target cells, killing the cancer cells. So this is a kind of a last slide. We have many things to study on the TMPRSS fiber and the regulation of TMPRSS fiber functions with regard to liver disease or metabolic disease. So it has been done many students, including Yangi Pinanga, shown here. So this person, so who is now a professor in the ITB. So now I would close this talk. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Lee, for an in-depth and insightful presentation. So before I invite questions from the participants, Professor Lee's talk focused on the role of operating called TM4SF5 in chronic liver disease, specifically on how it plays a part in the progression from fatty liver disease or NASH to liver cancer or HCC. So this research highlights how targeting this protein could open up new ways to treat liver disease and prevent cancer development. I hope I addressed that correctly. So Professor Lee also introduced us to new experimental therapies such as small compounds and antibodies that aim to block the effects of this protein, TM4SF5. So these treatments show promise for improving patient outcomes, preventing drug resistance, and many more. So this work bridges metabolic disorders, immune responses, and cancer biology. So,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, so it provides hope for better and more targeted treatments in the future. Dear participants, so we are inviting everyone to ask questions. So we receive questions in the chat box. Feel free to type the questions there, or also you can raise hands using the Zoom feature, so the committee can spotlight you in the screen.
Yes.
Yep. I'll try to open the chat box. Perhaps, Professor Lee, I got some some questions perhaps about the therapeutic strategies and clinical application from these. You mentioned that the development of anti-TM4SF5 reagents like TSAHC, right?
Yeah.
And monoclonal antibodies. The question is, how close are these reagents to, let's say, clinical trials or real-world therapeutic application?
Yeah. So we have two different ways for the reagents against the TM45 fiber. One is the chemicals, and the second one will be therapeutic antibodies against the TM45 fiber itself. So during the development of a small compound, synthetic compound, which can be inhibitory roles, inhibitory against the TM45 fiber function rather than the expression level. So we have developed two different chemical families. First one, TSAHC, which is a kind of a chalcone chemical group. So it has been developed a long time ago by us with a collaboration with in another lab in Korea. But the patent for that chemical has been about 13 to 15 years. So we don't have many left. So I mean, even before the preclinical situations. So we have a kind of giving up the TSHC chalcone chemicals to make use of those reagents for the clinical purpose or the industrial purposes. But rather than that, very recently, last year, we have filed up the patent with new chemical groups, which is isoxazole chemical groups, which would be better in terms of the druggable properties for the less toxicity or other things. Also bioavailability also much improved. So isoxazole compound seems to be now on the ways for us to develop the chemical compounds which can be conjugated to the antibody to make an antibody drug conjugate, ADC. So we have many different strategies. First, to use chemical alone for the HCC or NASH, and to use antibody alone. Third, if we can combine drug compound and antibody for ADC, then treated to HCC or NASH. Fourth, we can have a combinational therapeutic strategies. Our compound or antibody plus with together with anti-PD-1, PD-L1 or CTLA-4 immunocheckpoint inhibitors, or sorafenib, which is a TKI, tyrosine kinase inhibitors against the HCC. So we have many alternative strategies to go on furthermore, because we have a chemical and antibody, so we can have different strategies which might be able to our testers, available for our testers, but depending on our budgets. Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, for Professor Lee. So
Yeah.
now we have a rising hand there. So we have Dr. Dila Sambola. And yeah, please, Dr. Dila Sambola, ask your questions and unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yodi. And next, to meet you, Prof. Jungwon Lee.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm interested for your presentation because I have the same exams in NK cell and system. I have two questions for you. And the first question, TM4SF5, a transmembrane glycoprotein, is associated with various cancers, including hepatic cancer, and is known to promote epithelial mesenchymal and transition. What role does TM4SF5 play in the progression and metastasis of liver malignancies? And the second one, in hepatocytes, TM4SF5 expressions in triggered by cytokines and chemokines and is implicated in a condition such as a non-alcoholic and liver fibrosis. How does TM4SF5 contribute to development of non-alcoholic steatohepatitis and liver fibrosis? Thank you.
Yeah. So basically, the TM45 would be one of the tetraspanin family proteins. Tetraspanin would be a family, membrane protein family with 4 transmembrane domains. So as one member of tetraspanins, this protein has a very specific or interesting properties or characters. First character would be binding to other membrane proteins. And the second, it can translocate to other membrane sources. So from the plasma membrane to lysosome or other pagosome membrane, something like that, and even into the exosomes, extracellular vesicles. So by having such two main interesting properties or characteristics, so it can be involved in the many physiological or pathological situations. So in a specific situations, for example, no abnormal lipid metabolic situation. So it can bind to lipid transporters at the plasma membrane. Then it can cause a transporter inside the transport of lipid fatty acid toward the inside of the cells, altering the metabolic situations of the cells, causing toxicity of lipid and fat droplets inside of cells, resulting in the static features. In addition, it can be involved in the also inflammation scenario. So it is induced by the inflammatory cytokines, but positively, this protein can also, TM45 can play positive feedback roles also. It can be induced by inflammatory situation, but it can cause inflammation furthermore. So leading to more cytokine or chemokines and ROS levels resulting in the macrophagy or many other liver cells, including hepatic stellate cells and the immune cells, in addition to hepatocytes. So inflammation of those cells would be causing bad situation. And the second question was what is, I forgot. Yeah, I sorry, I don't remember the second question. What is the question? Second question.
Yeah, Dr. Diwas Morat, can you please repeat the question for number 2?
Yeah.
How does TM4SF5 contribute to development of non-alcoholic?
Yes. Oh, okay. So we have not done much on the alcoholic disease, but long time ago we have tested whether it can be involved in the alcoholic situation or not. So using the hepatocytes with or without alcohol treatment, we tried to see whether TM45 could be increased. So we saw increased TM45 level when hepatocytes was treated with alcohols, but not more than that. We didn't do more than that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee, for the response to the questions. I believe we still have a couple more minutes. If you participants have any questions, please post them in the chat box, and I can read them aloud. We can still take perhaps 1 or 2 more questions before we conclude the session from Professor Lee.
Yeah.
So while waiting for the participant, I was wondering, Professor Lee, if the TM4 SF5 is actually, has been recognized as a valid target. And also, I was wondering if from the pipeline, do we already have something in the pipeline that is in the development, and in what stage now, if any?
I mean, drug development stage, you mean?
Yeah, the clinical, the pipeline for the new drug.
Yeah, actually, so we filed up the patent lab, and we get the evidences for the mode of actions and the efficacies and the toxicity even. So yeah, within a couple of years, I would probably transfer those patent and technical things to other companies probably. Actually, 3 years ago, I have tried to establish my own company to further develop this drug things, but because at the time I had many years left over in my school, I couldn't continue that. I just transferred that company to my the colleagues. But anyway, I have now because I have 3 years left before my retirement, I would see rather than establishing my own company again, might be I would try transfer this patent and technology to the companies domestically or foreign countries. Anyway, yeah. So, but now I'm filing up the patent and the technical things for ADC, antibody drug conjugates. So probably ADC result would be prepared by next summer. So then I would file up again the patent. After that, then I would eagerly try to find the company partners for development of this. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks. Good luck for that, Professor Lee. I think probably one last question. It's about the. We know that the drug resistance is not just the issue for antimicrobial therapy. It's also here in the cancer treatment. It's a significant challenge. I learned that. So what strategies are being explored to prevent or overcome this resistance to TM4 SF5 targeting therapies, Professor Lee?
Yeah, I mean, at this time point, it is too early, I think, to say about the resistance yet, and also the delivery situations. But first of all, as you did this, we got the clear MOA, mode of action, and efficacy in vitro and in vivo. And regarding to the immune checkpoint regulations, so those things be seriously established. So, and the chemicals has been injected to animals by IP or IV, and but not orally. And the antibody was also injected by IP and IV. So maybe when we do some preclinical or clinical things, we need to consider how it can be efficiently or more properly delivered to the cancer lesions, but not this time at all, because I'm just a cell biologist and a biochemist, which might be doing some pharmacological studies, but not the drug delivery things yet. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Lee, for those additional insights and for engaging with the audience.
Yeah.
So this research offers quite an exciting new directions in the treatment of chronic liver diseases and it's clear that your work has a significant implication for the future of liver cancer management. So this concludes Professor Jung Won Lee's session. On behalf of the conference organizers, we extend our sincere appreciation for your time and for sharing your cutting-edge research with us today.
Yeah, okay, thank you
We
very
will
much.
now take a short break before moving on. And Professor Lee, I think all of us here in Universitas Andalas and perhaps audience from Indonesia are looking forward for perhaps collaboration and many other possible collaboration within research publication. I hope you are open for that, Professor Lee.
Okay,
Thank you again.
email,
And yep.
yeah, my email will be jwl@snu.ac.kr. Okay, so
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, I think that email address is already provided to the in the booklet or material for the conference. Thank you again, and we look forward to continuing this important discussion throughout the day.
Okay, thank you very much, you all. So it was a really great chance, a happy chance, okay, to be with you guys. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, have a good day, Professor Lee.
You too.
All right, dear participants, we just finished the second session from the plenary speaker. But before continuing to the third speaker, I need to address that we are sorry that we cannot take question for the first session from Dr. Audi, from our Vice Governor, due to unforeseen circumstance. He would not be able to join us here today in the presentation. Now, in the third session, for the third speaker in this ICCSCP 2024, we have our third speaker here with us. And Professor Armenia, are you here with us already?
Yep, I am.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So, yeah, we have Professor Armenia here. Before presenting his talk, I'd like to read some of the key points from his curriculum vitae. Professor Armenia has been working as professor and lecturer in the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. And she obtained her PhD from University of Science Malaysia in 2001 with this PhD thesis entitled Neural Control of Renal Hemodynamic in Diabetic and Hypertension, the Role of Alpha-1 Adrenal Receptor Subtypes. So before taking her PhD in Malaysia, she obtained her master's in pharmacy from the ITB, Institute Technology Bandung, in 1990, and before that she obtained her bachelor's in pharmacy from Universitas Andalas, 1985. Most of her works are done in the field of pharmacology and human physiology, and some of them are about hypertension, diabetes, and also many works about the pharmacological studies about the efficacy and safety of many herbal medicines, especially from West Sumatra, as one of the focus of the research from the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. So without further ado, let's give the screen and time to Professor Armenia. Professor Armenia, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yuri. And I think I have to greet the participant. Good morning. It's the morning. Nice to see you in this meeting. And I have already sent my file to the organizing committee. Then I think it will be presented in the short. Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work. I think I need to play mine. Okay. Oh, so sorry. Where is it? Okay. Where is it? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you again in this third international conference on contemporary science.
Sorry for interrupting, Professor Amelia. We cannot see the display.
Pardon? Oh, yeah.
Cannot see the screen.
Yeah.
Perhaps you can share the screen.
Yeah, I think I need to share the file to everybody. Where are you? Where is it? Wow. I'm so sorry about that. Okay.
Okay. I think we can see now. And
we can see, but but we don't have the sound.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you again in this third international conference on contemporary science and clinical pharmacy 2024, held by the Faculty of Pharmacy, University of Andalas, Padang, Indonesia. How are you? Hope everybody is okay. First of all, I would like to present my gratitude to the organizing committee for inviting me as a keynote speaker in this conference. Let us thank to our Almighty God, whom kept us alive in a healthy condition. Alhamdulillah. And salawat and salam, let us send to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. We wish that we will be together with him and his friend and family at the end of the day in paradise. Amen. Dear colleague, today I would like to share you a very popular topic about oxidative stress associated diseases and some results of our research on purified gum beer and its liquid byproduct, we call it kalinjuang, for the treatment of several conditions associated with stress oxidation through our preclinical studies. Several subtopics will be discussed during 45 minutes ahead. There are all roles, functions, oxidative stress, and the problems, diseases associated with stress oxidation, antioxidant, gum beer as antioxidant, and several health conditions associated with oxidative stress and weakness and the prospect. Dear guys, rose naturally is needed by the organism as a signaling molecule for growth, differentiation, and survival. ROS protect organism from infection because it has antibacterial property. ROS also plays a role in development during embryonic phase and promote tissue repair by promoting the migration and proliferation. Rose also selectively Rose is selectively target and kill cancer cells, etc. On the other hand, Rose often cause damage to cellular components such as DNA, protein, and lipid. Various diseases can be produced by its action, such as cancer, atherosclerosis, neurodegeneration, etc. Rose can also exacerbate inflammation, as seen in arthritis, diabetes mellitus, and cardiovascular disease. It affects cell death, either apoptosis or necrosis, which will cause aging to the organism. The source of reactive oxygen species or ROS, such as hydroxy radical, superoxide, peroxide, or nitric oxide, are various and can be categorized into endogenous and exogenous sources. Endogenous sources include mitochondria, nicotinamide, adenine dinucleotide phosphate, hydrogen or NADPH oxidases, peroxisome, and the endoplasmic reticulum. Exogenously, the reactive oxygen species derived from environmental stressors such as ultraviolet radiation, ozone, and pollutants such as smoking, chemicals, high temperatures, etc. Actually, our body is provided with antioxidant capacity by several enzymes such as superoxide dismutase, catalase or CAP, and glutathione peroxidase. Some non-enzyme elements act also as antioxidants such as glutathione sulfhydryl or GSH, alpha lipoic acid or ALA, uric acid, and coenzyme Q10. Unfortunately, when this natural antioxidant number is less than the number of ROS production, they will harm our body by oxidizing cell components such as lipid membrane, DNA, mitochondria, and cell protein. As you all know, this oxidative stress will impact in DNA mutation or lineage, which produce cancer, cell proliferation, cell dysfunction, and cell death. Let's examine some processes in the cells, either non-enzymatic or enzymatic, such as mitochondrial respiratory change, glucose auto-oxidation, endothelial and vascular NADPH oxidation, or xanthine oxidase, cyclooxygenase, etc., produce oxygen and nitrous oxide radicals. These elements then will be proceed further to other radicals like peroxynitriles or hydrogen peroxide. The hydrogen peroxide will then be neutralized to form water and oxygen by peroxidase or mid-Fenton reaction to produce other radicals like hydroxy. This slide shows you how several exogenous factors like UV light, ionizing radiation, heavy metals, pesticide, smoke, junk food, and medicine produce rose. Now let's see how rose is produced in a hyperglycemic condition. Rose production in hyperglycemic condition is very complex. At least 5 pathways hyperglycemia can promote the production of rose, such as polio pathway, hexosamine pathway, PKC pathway, glucose oxidation, and protein glycosylation. In this situation, antioxidant mechanism will be reduced while advanced glycation end product will be increased. This will trigger oxidative stress and lead to several complications in diabetic patients, such as further mitochondrial damage, insulin resistance, vasculopathy, retinopathy, neuropathy, hypercoagulopathy, atherosclerosis, hypertension, etc. In addition, continuous rose production in diabetes is resulting in cellular damage and depletion of antioxidant system. And in a reciprocal manner, rose stimulate the expression of pro-inflammatory cytokines such as TNF-alpha, interleukin-1, interleukin-6 by activating transcription factor, which further amplifying oxidative stress. In hypertension, NOx or NADPH oxidase are the major source of rose in cells of the heart, vascular or vessel, kidneys, and immune system. Oxidative stress promotes abnormal redox signaling and cell injury, causing endothelial dysfunction, vascular damage, vascular remodeling, inflammation, renal injury, which then lead and with hypertension. In heat stress condition, the activity of mitochondrial respiratory complex 1, 2, and 4 are suppressed. This condition downregulates uncoupling protein expression and increase electron leakage, which in turn leads to increase in ROS production. So, from the previous explanation, oxidative stress condition needs more antioxidant from outside the body to neutralize or scavenge the excessive ROS. Several antioxidants have been used for so long, such as vitamin C, vitamin E, vitamin A, carotenoid, polyphenol. Among them are also reported to have blood pressure and blood glucose lowering effect, and also overcome the heat stress. So, gambir is one of our top commodity which has been used for several purposes. Traditionally, Gambir is cheered in a combination with pepper betel, or we call it siri, and other ingredients. And during this decade, one of our colleagues produced ink from Gambir, which is used as a marker in a president or legislative general election. This commodity is also reported exported to India for dyes. Actually, Gambir contains active compounds like polyphenol, alkaloid, flavonoid, and etc., as seen in these tables. Some of these compounds are beneficial for our health. It has anti-inflammatory property, antibacterial, anti-diarrhea, astringent, antioxidant. Its use for cosmetic also has been known. Kalinchuang is a liquid byproduct of Gambir, usually reused to boil fresh leaves of Uncaria Gambir to produce new Gambir cake. The process will be repeated again and again during Gambir production and then will be thrown away. We had analyzed the chemical content of Kalinchuang by the LCMS, and the result is very amazing, as seen in the slide. At least 25 to 27 compounds are available in the Kalinchuang. Some are similar with those available in Gambir cake, but some are different. This also the LCMS QT of ICCSCP minus mode analysis results of Kalinchuang. With its enormous chemical content, it would be a shame if Kalinchuang was just thrown away. For this reason, we tried to examine its pharmacological profile. Who knows? Maybe it can still be used as medicine later. Several studies have been done to evaluate the pharmacological profile of Gambir, such as anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, antioxidant, immunomodulatory, analgesic, anti-diabetic, etc., as shown in this slide, reported by several researchers. It is also reported that Gambir is relatively safe. But remember, long-term use or high-dose use of Gambir may produce hepato and kidney toxicity. This is based on our previous study. Now, let's see our preclinical study on purified Gambir and Gambir liquid byproduct. A series of diabetes, hypertension, diabetic hypertension, and heat stress animal models were used in this study as seen in the slides. Principally, several parameters related to the pathology of each disease model were evaluated after the animal were treated with Gambir or its byproduct Kalinchuang at a certain level of dose and duration. In diabetic models, the plasma fasting blood glucose, MDA, and TNF-alpha were measured. In hypertensive rats, the systolic blood pressure, diastolic blood pressure, mean arterial blood pressure, heart rate, blood flow, and nitrous oxide of the plasma concentration were measured. In diabetic hypertensive rat, SBP, DBP, fasting blood glucose, and NO level were evaluated. While in a heat-stressed broiler chicken, the animal death, body weight gain, and MDA level in the plasma were evaluated. Those three models were done to evaluate purified Gambhir pharmacological profile, to evaluate Kalinchuang, diabetic and heat stress model were used, and the results are as follows. We began our journey with the effect of purified Gambhir in diabetic rats. The average plasma blood glucose and of Gambhir treated diabetic rats was decreased by almost 70%. The decrease of plasma blood glucose was also followed by the decrease of MDA. These effects were not significantly different with the animal treated with glibenclamide. On the same diabetic rats, the plasma TNF-alpha of the animal treated with Gambhir was lower compared to the control group. This effect is better compared to that treated by glibenclamide. From this previous and this data indicated that Gambhir produces anti-diabetes, and its effect is related with its antioxidant. Gambhir is also suppress inflammatory response in these diabetic subjects. Now let's see how Gambhir produces effect on hypertensive rat model. The SBP, or systolic blood pressure, and diastolic blood pressure, or DBP, of animals treated with Gambhir were lower compared to those untreated rats. These effects were not significantly different compared to captopril. Similarly, mean arterial pressure, or MAP, and heart rate, or HR, of the animal treated with Gambhir were also lower compared to untreated hypertensive rats. These effects were not significantly different compared to those treated with captopril. On the other hand, average blood flow and plasma nitric oxide of these hypertensive animal treated with Gambhir was higher compared to those untreated rats, except that the plasma NO of the animal treated with Gambhir at 10 mg per kg was increased a little bit. This means that Gambhir produced anti-hypertensive effect, and the effect related with vasodilation due to NO production, which may induce by Rose scavenging effect of antioxidant content of Gambhir. It is also indicated that Gambhir may not be used at a higher dose because it will produce a lower effect. The effect of Gambhir in diabetic hypertensive rats model is as follows. The SBP and DBP of the diabetic and hypertensive rats treated with Gambhir were significantly lower as compared to those untreated rats. This effect was not significantly different compared to captopril-treated rats. The fasting blood glucose of diabetic and hypertensive rats was also decreased after Gambhir treatment, while plasma nitrogen oxide was significantly increased. For your information, for all data, SBP, DPP, MAP, and nitric oxide in diabetic hypertensive rats model, the more positive the data, the more decreased the parameter was. This means that Gambhir produced antihypertensive effects and at the same time lower blood glucose. These effects also related partly with its antioxidant activity. With this information, Gambhir may be used to treat diabetes with the hypertension complication. Now, let's see how Kalinchon affects the heat stress and diabetes animal models. Before we evaluate the effect of Kalinchon, we process Kalinchon with 3 different methods. Number 1, Kalinchon was fractionated with acetate to extract the semipolar component. The fraction was then dried in vacuum and then evaluated. Number 2, Kalinchon was filtered with wet cotton and then dried in oven at a temperature of 60 centigrade. Number 3, the Kalinchon was freeze-dried at a temperature of 55 centigrade after also filtered with wet cotton. Each dried materials then were analyzed for their random tannin, catechin, and total phenol content and their antioxidant potency. The result will be seen in the table 1 and figure 15 in the next slide. From this table, it is indicated that for all variables varies between those 3 materials. Now, when we evaluate antioxidant potency of these 3 Kalinchon materials and compare with vitamin C in vitro, it showed that freeze-dried material was the most potent antioxidant, as seen in the slide. And the potency is equal with vitamin C. Left figure. On the right figure, we then evaluate the effect of this freeze-dried Kalinchon in vivo at the concentration of 250 to 1000 ppm in drinking water of the chicken induced by heat stress, and the effect is compared with vitamin C at 250 ppm in drinking water. The plasma MDA of Kalinchon treated chicken was lower compared to the untreated or treated with vitamin C chicken. This indicated that antioxidant potency of freeze-dried Kalinchon was equal with vitamin C in vitro, but better when we evaluated in vivo. These data supported the previous data of the antioxidant potency of Kalinchuang in a heat stress chicken, where the body weight gain of the chicken in treated with Kalinchuang was better compared to those untreated or treated with vitamin C. Left figure. The table on the right side indicated that the chicken treated with Kalinchuang also protected from death. As you see that vitamin C treated chicken under heat stress were safe, survived. All of the chicken were survived, but 3/4 chicken under heat stress treated with 125 ppm in drinking water was died. But the death was decreased when the number of Kalinchuang in drinking water is increased, as seen in the table. Even 0/5 of the chicken treated with 500 ppm in drinking water are survived. The last but not least data we have here is the effect of freeze-dried Kalinchuang to the fasting blood glucose of diabetic mice. In this study, we compare the potency of Kalinchuang with purified gambir, and the result was seen here that plasma blood glucose of gambir and Kalinchuang treated diabetic mice was lower compared to untreated mice significantly. And the effect of Kalinchuang was not significantly different compared to that treated with gambir at a certain dose. But even the effect of Kalinchuang at 5 mg per kg was better compared to gambir. So this is indicated that even though Kalinchuang is a wasted product of gambir, but its potency is equal, even more than purified gambir. It may be due to the chemical content of freeze-dried Kalinchuang. In this situation, besides containing catechin like terminally available in purified gambir, freeze-dried Kalinchuang also contains many other compounds. From our in silico studies of Kalinchuang contents, we found that at least 3 different chemical compounds active as alpha glucosidase and alpha amylase inhibitor. That's why they also have anti-diabetes effect. When we compare the total phenol content of gambir and freeze-dried Kalinchuang, the freeze-dried Kalinchuang total phenol content is twice as much as purified gambir total phenol content. That's also made the reason why Kalinchuang produces more effect compared to purified gambir. From this summary data, it seems that Kalinchuang antioxidant property is higher compared to catechin itself. in vitro. Kalinchuang not only contains catechin, but also contain other antioxidant compounds such as quercetin, epicatechin, epigallocatechin, etc. That's why its antioxidant effect is higher. On the other hand, Kalinchuang anti-diabetes effect was lower compared to catechin in vitro. Catechin is the main anti-diabetic compound in gambir by its alpha glucosidase inhibitor property. Kalinchuang contains only little amount of catechin. That's why anti-diabetes potency of Kalinchuang is lower compared to catechin in vitro, even though we found other compound active as alpha glucosidase in Kalinchuang, as mentioned before. Interestingly, in vivo studies showed that the effect of Kalinchuang as anti-diabetes is better compared to gambir. This may due to the sum of effect of alpha glucosidase inhibitor and its antioxidant property. Furthermore, quercetin, which is available in Kalinchuang, inhibit ACE. It is one of the reasons why Kalinchuang possesses blood pressure lowering effect. Gambir it is in progress, and part of the study is presented here in the conference. Number 2, blood pressure lowering effect and its antioxidant related effect of gambir liquid byproduct on hypertensive rats. In vivo, it is in progress. To isolate the active compounds and evaluate the effect of these active compounds to the blood sugar and blood pressure lowering effect of gambir byproduct. To evaluate the molecular mechanism of Kalinchuang and its active compound in lowering blood glucose and blood pressure. To standardize Kalinchuang and re-evaluate its chemical and pharmacological profile. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been talking for so long, so I need to end this discussion with conclusions as follows. 1. Several diseases are associated with oxidative stress. Antioxidant is needed to prevent further damage due to oxidative stress. Purified gambir and gambir liquid byproduct are active as antioxidant. Purified gambir is active in lowering blood pressure and blood glucose. Purified gambir even produce blood glucose and blood pressure at the same time and dose. These are partly related to its antioxidant effects. Kalinchuang, on the other hand, is a promising drug candidate for diabetes and anti-heat stress. We expect that these wastes also produce anti-hypertensive effect. We suggest the gambir producer not to throw the Kalinchuang away. We urge also the producer to standardize gambir production to obtain standard Kalinchuang. By these efforts, we may optimize the use of gambir. Ladies and gentlemen, Part of this study was sponsored by Faculty of Pharmacy Department 2022. Thanks for the sponsorship. We also thank colleagues, friends, and students who had participated along the study of Gambir. Prof. Fatma Wahyuni, the Dean of Faculty of Pharmacy, Prof. Frialdi, Prof. Ahmadi, Rahmat Abdillah, M.Pharm, Teacher Permatasari, M.Pharm, Elsa Badria, M.Pharm, Fitri Rahmani, and others. Hopefully, our collaboration could be continued to produce good and quality research. These are amongst the references that you may refer to. And the next are our papers published somewhere like this: the monoaldehyde anti-anabolic following effect of purified gambir in diabetic rats, published in the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. Next is the antioxidant-associated antihypertensive performance of purified gambir on the prednisone salt-induced hypertensive rats. And this paper is blood pressure and blood sugar lowering effect of purified gambir on diabetic and hypertensive extracerebral rats, published in the Journal of Complement Integrated Medicine. Next is the Journal of JITA, Journal of Indonesian Tropical Animal Agriculture, with the topic of determination of best method for processing gambir liquid byproduct as a natural antioxidant source. And this is the Journal of Biodiversitas with the topic of identification of bioactive compounds in gambir liquid byproduct in West Sumatra, Indonesia. Next is optimization of broiler performance, which is held in the condition of heat stress using the antioxidant as a kalijong, which is published in Journal of Peternakan, Indonesia. With this, I really need to end the discussion by saying thank you for your attention. Take a note for the benefit of this presentation, but forget about the bad ones. And see you again next time in the same or different conferences. Bye-bye now. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your attention again. And I back to the moderator.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Armenia, for the enlightening presentation. So these insights into the role of oxidative stress in various diseases are invaluable for this science and perhaps also for the treatment of relevant diseases. So we really appreciate this. So dear participants, before we are inviting you to prepare the questions. I should say that in the previous session, I'm sorry to miss a question that was probably typed a little bit late. that I read it after the session was ended with Professor Lee. So if you are to type the question, start typing now on the chat box. So in this lecture, Professor Armenia provided a comprehensive overview about the relationship between oxidative stress and various health conditions, particularly focusing on diabetes and hypertension. So Professor Armenia highlighted the dual role of a reactive oxygen species, explaining how ROS can contribute to disease when present in excess, while also playing beneficial roles in cellular signaling. So Professor Armenia also emphasized about the promising antioxidant properties of purified gum beer, as well as kalinjuang, a term that normally used by locals here in West Sumatra, which is often considered as a waste of the processing of gum beer. So it's detailing the potential to lower blood pressure and blood glucose level as well. So I'd like to offer participants to ask questions, raise your hands, or also type in the chat box. So we already have one inquiry, and we have one rising hand, Dr. Lila Stamola. Please ask your questions directly. The time and screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for time and chance for me, Mr. Yori Yunandra. Nice presentation for both Armenia. I have two questions too. We know that gum beer is a plant known for its antioxidant properties, has been used in traditional medicine, and is being studied for its potential in treating oxidative stress-related disease. What makes gum beer a promising natural option for managing disease associated with oxidative stress? And the second, hypercoagulation is a major complication associated with oxidative stress-related disease, often worsening the severity of conditions like diabetes and hypertension. What role does hypercoagulation play as a complication in chronic disease associated with oxidative stress? Thank you.
May I answer? Okay, thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Dr. Sari. As I mentioned before, that the condition like diabetes, hyperglycemic, may induce more ROS in several ways that I mentioned before. So the more the oxidative stress will produce, it will be attack our body, such as how can I say that coagulative, hyperglycemic or stress oxidation will activate our coagulation factors. So that's why kalinjuang as an antioxidant may decrease the oxidative stress, and at the same time will be reduce the complication of the diabetes. And the situation is also can be explained with the hypertension complication of diabetes, because hypertension hyperglycemic will damage the endothelium or the kidney or the heart. Then it produce hypertensive complication. That's why kalinjuang, that not even provided by its chemical such catechin or quercetin, it's also produced a good antioxidant. So they reduce the oxidative stress, then they will reduce also the complication of the disease. Do I answer your question?
Yes, 2 questions, Prof.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thanks so much, Professor Aminia, for the answer for that question. There's 2 questions from Dr. Dilo Samola. So yeah, we're still waiting for question responses from the participant. I'm looking at the chat box and it's still empty. But while waiting for the upcoming question from the participants, I think I got some for Professor Aminia about perhaps about the chemical compounds in Gambia. So we know that if we are wondering about the specific compounds, what are there in purified Gambia which are responsible for, let's say, antioxidant effects, and how do they compare to other non-antioxidants such as vitamin C, tocopherol, and etc.?
Yes, as shown in my slides, that we compare the in vitro antioxidant effect of Kalinchuang, of course not Gambia, but Kalinchuang with vitamin C, and it's shown there that the in vitro the antioxidant is similar compared to vitamin C. You asked me what compound is related with its antioxidant activity. Is so many, like phenol compound, flavonoid, and others. Maybe the chemicals knows this can help me to answer. So many phenols of flavonoid compounds is related to its antioxidant activity. That's the answer, Mr. Yori.
All right, thanks, Professor Armenia. So, yeah, I was also wondering, in one of your slides, we can see that the comparison between Kalinchuang as an extract, you compare that with the, if I'm not mistaken, catechin, or some say that catechin.
Yeah.
It's interesting that the effect of Kalinchuang is probably way better than the purified than the catechin itself.
Yeah.
So how far are we about on the explanation about this phenomenon? Because I think this is not only happening in Gambia, but in herbal medicines in general.
Yeah.
So what understanding or what answer do we have so far about this phenomenon?
We have evaluated the chemical compounds that, for example, as anti-diabetic in silico, that we have at least 3 active compounds that produce the alpha amylase, alpha glucosidase inhibitors. So this is one way how to explain why the Kalinchuang produce the effect. So catechins also obtained in in Kalinchuang, like how can I say that? Like one contained in Gambia itself, but the antioxidant activity of the Kalinchuang is better than that of antioxidant, the Kalinchuang. What is it? Catechin. So there's some of these effects may explain why the Kalinchuang is produce better effect, especially in the glucose lowering, blood glucose lowering effect compared to catechin itself. But we may explore more a study to what is it, to answer this question, Mr. Yori. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Professor Amelia. So we still have a couple more minutes, I think, quite plenty of time to to ask the Professor Armini about this research, about her experience about Gambir, because we can see from the presentation that there are quite a lot of publications about this area, especially in the relationship between ROS, reactive oxygen species, and the development of diseases. About the, I think to bring our perhaps research to the next level, I think it's always interesting to talk about the future directions or perhaps the clinical implications about this research, because we have some great findings about this.
I agree.
What are probably the potential clinical implications of Gambir and where we are now? So how far have we gone about the Gambir, and whether we already have something in the hospital, preclinical trials or clinical trials or something like that, Professor Armini?
Yeah. Actually, we have done research in clinical setting of Gambir, of purified Gambir in the patient of in the diabetic patient, and the result is that there is in the dose of 250 milligram per kg, but when we tried to, it was effective. But when we tried to study the toxicity of Gambir in long-term application, it seems that the Gambir is not so safe to the kidney and to the liver. So we suggest it's effective, really. So we suggest to reduce the number because the antioxidant is effective to be used in a lower dose. Why in the higher dose it will be acted as a pro-oxidant. So we may need to further study this effect to the patient, to diabetic patient, especially for Gambir. And for Kalin Chuang, it is promising materials to be developed as a candidate of drugs for diabetes or hypertension. That's the answer. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's great to know that we already have tested or bringing the research into the hospital. Yeah, that's some kind of advancement that I think we need to continue to work with, and to bring this research to the more to the next level, I would say, so it can be implemented to bring the benefits for the society. Perhaps the last question. I think perhaps this can also represent many curiosity from the public. So, what steps do you think we need to take? We, I mean, perhaps the government, we as a high institutions, and as an expert in this to raise the public awareness about the use of antioxidants from the plants like Gambir and many other plants, I believe. So what do we need to educate our society about this?
Yeah, as mentioned in my end of presentation, that we urge the Gambir producer to standardize the Gambir production. Then what is it? Not to throw away, not to reuse the. How can I say that? I mean, if they use the waste product to reboil the fresh, the fresh leaves of Gambir again, but be standardized, maybe 3 or 4 or 5 times only, and then the waste is keep kept for further evaluation, something like that. So we have the standardized Kalinchuang and standardized Gambia. So we then can use everything of the Gambia. I mean, optimally use the Gambia for many purposes, actually, not only for health, but maybe for dyes or whatever, something like that. Yeah, we use the producer to standardize the process of Gambia production, something. That's Mr. Yori.
All right. Thank you so much, baby. Because we know that there are, you are probably one of the key players or key researchers in this area, and I believe that Universitas Andalas have funded millions and millions for this research because I know that UNAN is assigned as the research for bringing Gambia up for the next stage of development. And yeah, some of the researchers are here in the Faculty of Pharmacy and other faculties in UNAN. And yeah, thanks for the additional insights because it's very engaging, and we are looking forward for the next update and improvement and advancement from this research. So
thank you.
Yeah, perhaps this talk will bring a new directions for the development of the drugs or traditional drugs, perhaps from Gambia, and come to the treatment not in the very long time.
Yeah.
All right. So this concludes the session from Professor Armenia. Again, on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to extend our appreciation for your time and for your valuable knowledge for sharing this research. And yeah, thanks so much. And I'll give the screen and time back for the host. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much again. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Mr. Saiful Jamal, SKM, Professor Jung Woon Lee, Professor Apoteker Armenia, PhD, and Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, PhD, for all the knowledge and for leading the plenary lecture session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, as our appreciation for our moderator, we would like to invite Apoteker Yori Yuliandra to be on the screen to receive a certificate as the moderator in this first session of plenary lecture. Here is the certificate of appreciation, and thank you to Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, PhD. Now, please give us your
Thanks so much for having me.
Now, please give us your best smile because our committee IT will take a screenshot for documentation. I will help by counting from 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Once again, thank you to Apoteker Yori Yuliandra, PhD. As the plenary lecture session concludes, we will now observe a break of approximately 1 hour. We look forward to reconvening in this main room at 13 West Indonesian time. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Do we need to take pictures of all participants in this session? Hello? Oh, yeah, okay. No problem.
Excuse me, Bu, for the documentation is already captured by our committee book.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your information.
Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai aktual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas. sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang
menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa. Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas. sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa. Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa. Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa. Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa. Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa. Sumatera Barat merupakan sebuah provinsi yang memiliki potensi alam dan budaya yang sangat luar biasa. Dengan keragaman dan kekayaan biodiversitas, menjadikan Sumatera Barat sebagai sebuah tempat yang sangat tepat untuk mendapatkan pendidikan terbaik. Selamat datang di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, sebuah fakultas yang telah melewati usia lebih dari setengah abad, menjadikan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sebagai sebuah lembaga pendidikan yang mampu memberikan pengalaman belajar penuh makna bagi siapa saja yang tertarik dalam bidang ilmu kefarmasian. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas sangat menyadari bahwa saat ini apoteker memiliki kontribusi terhadap kesehatan masyarakat, di mana apoteker merupakan partner dokter dan tenaga kesehatan lainnya dalam upaya diagnosa dan pengobatan penyakit.
Untuk menciptakan iklim akademik yang baik, Fakultas Farmasi memiliki dosen-dosen dan tenaga kependidikan yang berpengalaman. Di samping itu, alumni yang kuat memberikan kontribusi yang besar dalam mewujudkan Fakultas Farmasi yang terkemuka dan bermartabat.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bertekad untuk berperan aktif dalam meningkatkan kapasitas intelektual di bidang farmasi melalui program pendidikan yang unggul, penelitian yang inovatif, dan jaringan yang luas, sehingga nantinya akan dihasilkan lulusan yang mampu berkompetisi. Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas didukung oleh sumber daya dosen dengan kualifikasi guru besar, doktor, dan magister yang merupakan lulusan dari universitas ternama baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Seiring makin berkembangnya dunia pendidikan saat ini, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas pun terus berkembang dan saat ini bukan hanya program sarjana dan profesi apoteker, tetapi juga telah memiliki program magister dan doktor. Untuk dapat membentuk mahasiswa menjadi lulusan yang unggul, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas menyediakan tenaga pendidik yang berkualitas dan melakukan kolaborasi dengan industri untuk memfasilitasi pengembangan potensi mahasiswa dalam menghadapi tantangan di masa yang akan datang. Selain itu, tenaga kependidikan di Fakultas Farmasi mempunyai kualifikasi yang mengutamakan sikap profesional dalam memberikan pelayanan kepada seluruh mahasiswa.
Mahasiswa Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas dididik melalui pendekatan akademik berdasarkan praktek dan riset menggunakan peralatan laboratorium yang lengkap. Di samping itu, Fakultas Farmasi menekankan pengembangan soft skill sehingga lulusannya dapat bersaing di dunia kerja internasional.
Bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas, pendidikan tidak hanya tentang memperoleh pengetahuan dan keterampilan, tetapi juga pengembangan sikap dan pemahaman yang mendalam tentang dunia yang selalu berubah. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Ini adalah tekad untuk menciptakan lingkungan pendidikan yang memberikan kesempatan kepada mahasiswa untuk dapat menggali potensi terbaik mereka di bidang farmasi. Dalam proses pendidikan, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas merancang kurikulum yang selalu disesuaikan dengan perkembangan kebutuhan masyarakat dan dunia kerja. Salah satunya dilakukan melalui kerjasama aktif dengan industri farmasi. Saat ini, penelitian di Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas fokus pada pengembangan obat dari bahan alam yang berasal dari tanaman obat Sumatera, yang secara tidak langsung turut menumbuhkan perekonomian pada masyarakat petani.
Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap berkontribusi untuk meningkatkan kesehatan masyarakat demi kejayaan bangsa.
Selain menjalankan proses pendidikan dan penelitian, Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas juga melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kefarmasian sebagai aksi nyata keberadaan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas bagi masyarakat. Semangat kerjasama dan kolaborasi merupakan sesuatu yang sangat penting bagi Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan jaringan alumni yang kuat untuk dapat memfasilitasi pertukaran informasi, peluang karir, dan kolaborasi berkelanjutan. Andalas memiliki beragam peluang karir, mulai dari industri hingga layanan masyarakat, serta berpotensi menjadi tenaga pendidik, peneliti, dan wirausaha di sektor kesehatan. Mari melangkah bersama dengan Fakultas Farmasi Universitas Andalas yang akan terus bertumbuh dan mewujudkan pendidikan farmasi yang berdaya saing global sebagai langkah awal menuju masa depan yang cemerlang demi kejayaan bangsa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy, ICCSCP 2024, organized by the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the next item on our agenda, which is Parallel Session 1. This parallel oral presentation will be subdivided into 5 separate rooms. To access each of these rooms, kindly navigate to the designated breakout room from the main session. Should you encounter any difficulties during the course of this conference, please do not hesitate to contact our committee through the WhatsApp group. As previously mentioned, we have 5 breakout rooms within the pharmacy specialties, each featuring a STEAM invited speaker as indicated on the screen. Room 1, Pharmaceutical Biology. Room 2A and Room 2B, Pharmacology and Clinical Pharmacy. Room 3, Pharmaceutical Chemistry. Room 4, Pharmaceutical Technology. Once again, to join any of this room, please access the respective breakout room from the main session. We are here to assist you, so feel free to reach out to the committee through the WhatsApp group. If you encounter any challenges during this conference, thank you for your attention.
Recording stopped.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the International Conference on Contemporary Science and Clinical Pharmacy, ICCSCP 2024, organized by the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. We will now begin our conference and move to the next agenda, the Plenary Lecture Session 2. The Plenary Lecture Session 2 will consist of 2 lectures. The first lecture will be delivered by Professor Muhammad Makmur Bakri, PhD, from Faculty of Pharmacy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Malaysia. And followed by the second lecture by Professor Zahir Uddin Babar from Department of Pharmacy, University of Qatar, Qatar, and University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. In this session, we would like to extend an invitation to all attendees to pose questions by entering them in the chat room. These questions will be addressed during the upcoming Q&A session. For this session of plenary lecture, we will be led by Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our moderator. Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, PhD, is a passionate lecturer at the Faculty of Pharmacy, Universitas Andalas. She achieved her bachelor and master degree at Universitas Andalas and continued her doctoral degree at University of Groningen. She has done some research and publication since 2013 in pharmacoepidemiology and pharmacoeconomics. Her latest publications include Amlodipine Candesartan combination, a cost-effective strategy for successful therapy of hypertension, and the effect of iron and folic acid on the size of the mid-upper arm circumference of pregnant women during pregnancy in 2024. Without any further ado, I would like to invite Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, PhD, to be on the screen and guide the plenary lecture session 2. To Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Bu.
Okay, nice. Okay, thank you very much for MC. So this is the second plenary lecture. We already late for 5 minutes, so maybe we will continue in fast. Okay. So in this occasion, thank you for introducing me to the audience. So today I would like to introduce the first speaker of this plenary, Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri, PhD from Faculty of Pharmacy, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. Welcome, Professor. Professor Makmur Bakri comes to us from the Faculty of Pharmacy at University Kebangsaan Malaysia, bringing with him a wealth of experience and highly esteemed background in clinical pharmacy and pharmaceutical sciences. Professor Makmur Bakri has a proven track record in research and education with expertise spanning pharmaceutical care, clinical pharmacy practice, clinical pharmacokinetics, and pharmacogenomics. His work emphasizes treatment optimization, enhancing medication adherence, making significant contributions to advancing patient care and outcomes. In terms of academic achievement, Professor Makmur Bakri holds a bachelor degree from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, a Master of Clinical Pharmacy from University Science of Malaysia, and a PhD in Medicine and Therapeutics from the University of Glasgow in the UK, United Kingdom. His educational journey is a testament to his dedication and pursuit of excellence in his field. And also in recognition of his impactful work, Professor Makmur Bakri has received several prestigious awards, including Anugerah Akademik Negara in 2017 and the ranking 70 postgraduate student in his areas of interest. So in this session, Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri will talk about future direction in pharmacy practice research. We will go ahead and take some time for this plenary session. And if there are any questions, so you can leave it in the chat box and I will read after the sessions. So Professor, time and screen in yours. First, how can I call you, Prof?
Just call it Prof Muhammad.
Prof Muhammad. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry, because I thought that I said that you Professor Makmur Bakri. So okay, Professor Muhammad.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So I share my slides. Yeah.
Yes.
Is it for me to control? Okay. All right. So I think everybody can should be able to see my presentation now. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Najmiatul, for the kind introduction. So thank you for the organizing committee for the invitations. So the topic that I will share with everybody this afternoon is on future direction in pharmacy practice research. Okay, just a disclaimer. Part of this presentation, you will see that I will be a little bit biased in terms of diabetes management. I think this is just an illustration to give you an idea, the area that I think people should look into in terms of research. Meaning that I just give an idea, then we can think about how to apply this in any other diseases. So I will use a lot of cases of diabetes mellitus as my example. Okay, now when we look at the future in 2040, what will be expected? So first, for example, here is the DNA sequencing will take place before birth, meaning before the baby come out from the mother, we already know what is your DNA look like, meaning that we can predict some illnesses, some characteristics in terms of drug metabolisms that are influenced by genetic factor. Next one, hereditary diseases will have been eradicated, meaning that there's a big possibility in 2040 with our understanding of DNA sequence and whatnot, hopefully we can stop all hereditary type of diseases. Then we can see new blood will be generated inside patient body, removing the need for blood donor, meaning we might not use human blood anymore. We may use artificial blood to replace our blood. Next is surgeon will use remote robotic, meaning that a surgeon, let's say they are in Malaysia, they can perform surgery in patient in Indonesia, for example. They don't have to go to Indonesia doing physical surgery, meaning they can do that surgery from far. Tailored medical treatment and individual future health prediction will be the norm, with more understanding about pharmacometric, more understanding about human activity, about genetics, so we can do a better prediction about what best for individual patients. So that is also something will come in the next near future. So all this give us some idea what will be the practice look like. So when we talk about future research agenda, it will depend on forecasted future pharmacy practice. So try to imagine another 50 years in our practice as a pharmacy. What are the things that we will do? Who will we manage as the patients? So everything need to be looking forward. So when we talk about pharmacy practice, obviously we need to highlight about pharmaceutical care. I think by definition, everybody have a clear idea what is pharmaceutical care is all about. It is the responsible provision of drug therapy for the purpose of achieving definite outcome that improve a patient quality of life. So meaning that it is beyond pharmacotherapy. It can include economics analysis and whatnot. Whatever intervention that you do for related to medication, that can be considered as pharmaceutical care. Okay, so what are the elements affecting pharmacy's future practice? First is population shift. We know nowadays we have increasing number of elderly patients. So currently, when we manage our apothec and whatnot, the people who come to our apothec or pharmacy from a wide range of age. But in the next coming 10 to 20 years, majority of the people that come to your community pharmacy will be elderly patients. So when this population come to our practice, different style of intervention need to be given because they will be having problem with visual. They may have problem with hearing. They may have problems to understand certain things, forgetfulness and whatnot, meaning the strategy, how we provide our service or practice will also change. Human habit change, and also people nowadays becoming more intelligent, have more money, then they will have different expectations. Previously, when people come to pharmacy, they just want to get their medications and to get their sickness to be resolved. That is what is expected currently. But in the near future, patient may demand beyond than that. They are not just seeking medication for their illness, but maybe they are talking about quality of life more than before. They will talk to you more about their activities beyond just a sickness. Then another challenge, another changes that will happen is health resources. I think every single government having a problem with budget because you have more patients that are at the elderly populations, meaning you require more budget, which never been expanded, right? So how pharmacy practice will deal with little budget for medications, especially in government practice and whatnot, to cover a much more larger population that is geriatric, has expertise, then we will have also more people becoming richer. Then there is a lot of practice, what we thought as own pocket expenses. So how much people want to pay for pharmacy practice and whatnot, or pharmacy services. The next one is treatment and monitoring innovations. There is a lot of innovation in terms of treatment, new drugs, new technology, for example, nanotechnology, monitoring innovation. For example, people don't use any more needle. Even if you want to test your sugar level also, nowadays people go for a non-pricking, what you call that, sugar monitoring. So you don't have to prick the finger to get the blood to check the sugar levels. You just put the certain machine on your hand or your finger, they can read your sugar levels. Another thing is we talk about digitalizations. You like it or not, this is another future practice of pharmacy, digital health, telepharmacy. We will talk about connectivity between us and other health professionals with Wi-Fi, with long distance, how we communicate or connecting with patient long distance. That is part of digitalization. Another thing is about digitalization, information booms. Previously, as a pharmacist, our main job is to give information. But nowadays, because of the internet, people can search anything. Usually, you don't have to give them so much information, rather than you are dealing with how to correct the information. So the practice will change. Rather than giving, now you are correcting information because the information is already there. The last innovation, the last new things that will happen also about precision medicine, tailored therapeutics, meaning how we deal with the knowledge of pharmacogenomics, metabonomics, and whatnot, how this help pharmacists in making decision about what is the best medication for a patient. Okay, let us look at this example, elderly and diabetes mellitus. So when we talk about diabetes mellitus and elderly, there is a few areas that becoming our interest or research directions or research area that need to be focused on. The first one can be over-treatment and polypharmacy. This is quite common with elderly, very common among frail older diabetes patients. They will receive a lot of medications and even they take more supplements outside the health system, meaning they buy themselves, they use their own money to get more supplements, more nutritional product and whatnot, which may further interact with our modern medicine. Next one is appropriate goal of glycemic control. Previously, when we treat patients with diabetes, we have a very specific target. But when we have more geriatric patients, this target may be less stringent because they are more frail. So if they are more frail, they are weak. So if you put the patient at a very strict glycemic control, they might develop hypoglycemia, which is very dangerous for this group of patients. The other one is age-appropriate treatment. So when we want to give treatment for this diabetes patient, we always have to consider about the age because there's a lot of organ function will deteriorate, especially the kidney, body composition also change. So this is another area which is very, very interesting for us to look at. So this one regarding the target, so you can see previously there is a publication showing a different goal of HbA1c between older adult and also most frail older adult. So meaning that for geriatric patient, they have a little bit different goal. If they are sick or they are very weak patient, they have another different goal. So for diabetes, this is the example, meaning that we might want to look at or do a study about things like blood pressure. Do people that are elderly really, we need to target that 120/80 millimeter mercury in blood pressure, or we can target a little bit higher. So what is that higher target? So research has to be done for these specialized populations. So in terms of treatment difference, as I mentioned here, so you can see the usage of agent, choice of glucose lowering treatment, and also the target glycemic will differ case to case. So you can see here for each patient, all of them are geriatric patient, age more than 75 years old, but they have a different combinations of comorbidity. They have a different combination of diabetes compliance. Thus, because of the age and also due to all these comorbidities, they also have a different A1C target. Because they have different A1C target, they will also use a different medication strategy or different medication regimen. So this is something need to be studied, need to be established, so that we will understand if patient age of certain age with this kind of comorbidities, maybe this will be the best treatment for the patient. So this need to be established. This need to be researched on. Okay, another part other than I mentioned about population changes, is future trend in patient expectations. So what are the things that the patient will expect from health professional? One is health management style. So people will active self-manage themselves, so they require support from health professional, including how to use wearables devices. We have machines like your watch to monitor your sugar levels, your blood pressure, how this should be used. So this will be one of the area that pharmacists should be expert on, and we need to do research how much this will influence the practice. Partnership, caregiver and also caregiver play equal role in making decisions. So when we have more elderly, because they can be very sick, they might not be able to make decisions. So decision will be done by the caregiver. So how this process of doing equal role in making decision for a patient should be done. So this is another area that I think best to be studied. Community, connecting like-minded patients. Previously, when we conduct counseling for diabetes and whatnot, usually we'll do one-to-one, the pharmacist and also the patient. But nowadays, the people love to be together. So they will understand better, they appreciate better about the disease, they feel they are not feeling alone in what we call it, having the disease or of their problems. Then you have to look at how this community, what we call that, managing a patient through community methods will be effective. So this is another area that we need to look at for doing research. Access to data, to own their health data, meaning that now we use a lot of devices like apps and whatnot. Usually most of their health data are kept by the hospital. We know many things about the patients, but the patient don't have any clue about their problems, right? We do lab tests and whatnot, but all are kept by the hospital. So how this data can be used by the patient for them to understand their body, so that they can appreciate more about the treatment and whatnot. So how this access to data can be done, and how this access of data can help pharmacists to enhance patient acceptance on treatment. So this is another part of research that need to be done. The last part is prediction and prevention. A new opportunity to predict and also to prevent diseases. So this is another area that I believe we as a pharmacist should be conducting this kind of research, so that we can
Recording in progress.
use medication, like we can predict whoever that will run away from the clinics or run away from their medication. What I mean is they are becoming non-adherent to their medication. If we can predict these people earlier, meaning that we can manage them better, because we can capture them early, we can educate them differently, so that they will not be part of the patient or statistics of non-adherence. Treatment innovation is another part that I mentioned. It is very, very important. As a pharmacist, we need to do research on. One is personalized medicine. I will go in depth after this later. Stem cell medicine, nanoscale medicine, digital health, and also genomic therapy, and also gene editing. So all these may involve medication, right? For example, stem cells medications, although people use stem cells, sometimes with stem cells, you might use other medication to support the survival of the stem cells. So that's how pharmacists need to get involved in that particular type of treatment. So about nano drugs delivery system, this is another part. Although when you read at it, it sounds like very pharmaceutics, very formulations. What is the relationship between formula and also pharmacy practice? But when we talk about pharmacy practice, we are talking about clinical pharmacy and also administrative pharmacy. If you talk about clinical pharmacy, obviously we are interested about how this formula can increase bioavailability, for example, how the drug will be released, and also how this formula or nanotechnology can reduce side effect of the drug. So that's why in a pharmacy practice, this is another area that I think we can look for, and we can establish any database, either this nanotechnology really influence the clinical practice or pharmacotherapy of a patient. These are examples of nanotherapy study that has been done related to anti-diabetic, but most are still on animal study. But after the animal study, obviously this will be translated to human study. So we might want to see also what is the issue with this nanotechnology when used in human. So the question is, will this nanotechnology still have similar drug interaction as the normal drugs? So we never know. So research has to be done to understand what is the interaction between this nanotechnology delivery, what is the difference between the current drug and also this particular formula. Dosage regimen, is it because of we use nanotechnology, then we can reduce the dose? That is the questions, yeah, we need to ask. And then stability. As in pharmacy practice, obviously you need to store your medication and whatnot. So if you use nano delivery system, will this drug more stable compared to the current formula, or how? Nobody knows, right? So when this come into the picture, when this drug come to the market, so as a pharmacist, I think this is another big area that we can research on. Okay, this is another interesting part that we need to explore also, although it is still not really in practice yet, but soon, I think another 2-3 years, it will be in the market. For example, needle-free delivery and monitoring, right? So insulin can be injected without the needle, right? So what is the acceptance of the patients? Will they accept better? But you have to remember, although there is no needle, but usually the needle-free jet insulin will also produce some marker on your skin. There is a dot in your skin because of the pressure. So will that be accepted by the patients? If you use one, it's okay. But if every day you poke, you know, you inject, then you get dot on your abdomen, will that be accepted? So that is one question. I think we need to answer that using research in pharmacy practice. Another one is monitoring. Even as I mentioned earlier, when you want to check your sugar levels, nowadays you don't have to prick your needle, you don't have to get your blood also. You just clip your finger, the machine will read your sugar level, as easy as that. So will that increase the patient ability to monitor their sugar level at home? That is the question if we talk about diabetes in this case, right? So these are the two examples of new innovation which pharmacists need to conduct research to get an idea into more acceptance, how to use them properly and whatnot. These are another, just show you in terms of the needle-free injections and how it's core between the what we call it, the pain score and whatnot. So you can see in terms of pain score, for example, there is a significant difference, meaning that if you use needle-free, obviously it is no pain. But if you look at skin red spot, there is also significant difference where the needle-free one will have more red spot. So the question as I asking just now, will this patient accept that red dot on their skin, right? Because sometimes in the cosmetic, it will not be beautiful. They might not take the medication. So that is the question need to be answered. Again, this is the non-invasive SMDG, the sugar level. Yes, it shows that it is quite accurate in terms of monitoring the SMDG, meaning the system is acceptable, but will the patient feel comfortable to use, and will the patient have higher uptake of use of monitoring their sugar level at home? Okay, next is we talk about digitalization. Obviously, you like it or not, digitalization will be part of pharmacy practice. Digital health, we can identify digital health tools suitable for the patients. So this need to be doing research on this, which tool is the best for the patient. Help to set up and configure a device and help apps. This is another things that you need to, maybe you want to study about how these apps will be accepted by the patient. For example, my student currently doing a study on looking at how health apps or digital apps can help to enhance adherence and sugar level of patients. But when we did the study, all of the patients don't want to use the apps. Why is that? There's a few reasons behind. So we are doing the study now to understand why, to understand how we can further enhance the adaptations or the adaptations of all this digital health in among diabetes patients. So that need to be researched. Sometimes people say, why you want to do this kind of like a simple research, but the understanding why people don't want to use the apps can give you another different answer how to enhance the usage or the uptake of the patient, so that in the future, patient like it or not, these digital health apps will be used in their disease management by their own. So we need to have a strategy how we can educate these people. So again, under digital health, there is also telepharmacy. So we need to do a study about the feasibility of doing telepharmacy. What is the acceptance of the people regarding telepharmacy? Do they feel more confident using telepharmacy rather than just face-to-face, or the other way around? If they are not confident using telepharmacy, meaning that they are not trusting telepharmacy, then it can be very difficult to venture in this particular digital health intervention. Then another part is regarding artificial intelligence. In pharmacy practice nowadays, you like it or not, AI is the in things. So there is a lot of study can be done about how AI can support decision making, how AI can support predictions of certain things. For example, we might use AI to predict which patient will be non-adhere from taking their medication in the next 6 months, right? So that can be done with AI, but we need to establish how this AI can be used through research project. This is in terms of numbers of article that has been published related to AI and also machine learning. So you can see it start to grow very high up exponentially. So meaning that you like it or not, AI in pharmacy practice will also be very, very important. So you need to think about how this AI can help to support pharmacy practice rather than we think about how this AI can replace pharmacy. So we need to do research to understand how this AI or machine learning can support the pharmacy practice so that the pharmacy job will be much more efficient. These are just a process of AI, different type of AI that can be used. Even there is a dose recommender system, for example. So many things about AI that we can do a study on, right? Okay, then these are example of AI applications in diabetes educations, meaning that the AI can, the patient just gives some input regarding, for example, their body weight, their activity, what are their food intake look like. Then the AI will read that and then give the recommendation, what are the things that you need to do so that your sugar levels can reduce down. So these are the things that can be done similarly with medication. For example, you can input certain things in the AI. Let's say you take this medication, this medication, this medication, but you like to do this activity, this activity, this activity. So how should I use this medication so that I can get the optimal control of my disease? So you can see the AI will advise accordingly. But as a pharmacist, you need to verify either the whatever AI has been proposed is something really practical to be done or not. Something AI did, they just plug any information from the web and put it in sentence, and it might not be that accurate for the patients, which may also harm the patient in the future. This is another things you can see how AI helps in terms of the predictability of usage of anti-hyperglycemic medications. So based on AI, they put the detail of the patients, and the AI will determine what are the medication that the patient should use and what not. So you can see, for example, the first one, the AI match about 80.2% with the real prescription. So the AI can predict what is the human thinking now. But as I mentioned to you, it makes your life much faster because you don't have to think and remember too many things. But you need to get the what you call that background information correct so that you can trust whatever the AI has mentioned. So this need to be done in terms of study. We need to prove that the data or the data to be keyed into the AI is correct, so that the AI can predict what is the medication the patient should receive. So this is another big study that we also currently conducted for patients with diabetes mellitus. Next area is regarding precision medicine or personalized medicine. This is another big area need to be studied also, or a research area in pharmacy practice. First, you can see in terms of pharmacogenomics, drugs that are prescribed and have genetic differences are quite high. For example, here, the one that you can see top here from escitalopram until nortriptyline, all these are highly prescribed. And the gray color area is the one that have a potential of different into all genetic profile. So you can see there is a lot of variance for these drugs. So meaning that pharmacogenetic is another area that pharmacy practice should be focusing on as a research project. Another thing is there is a lot of study being published regarding mutations and also drug effects. However, there is not much of study has been done on clinical validity of pharmacogenetic testing. So this one, a few different study that you can see. And although everybody in their paper, they will mention about there is a potential of what we call that, a high potential of using pharmacogenetic to determine side effect of drugs and whatnot. But when you run clinical validity study on the study, it shows differently. Some study, yes, it's allowed, meaning that the pharmacogenetics show it is something beneficial, and the clinical validity also support that. But some study, they show pharmacogenetic testing is positive, meaning significant, can be is something that need to be considered in clinical practice. But when we run clinical validity tests or clinical validity study, it shows that running the pharmacogenetic testing will not benefit the patient. So be very careful about this, and this area is quite new. So I think this is another area that pharmacists can involve in terms of clinical validity or pharmacogenetic testing. So to do research in pharmacy practice, so that just now is the area that I think we need to focus on for the future. But before we can do a good research in pharmacy practice, these are few questions that we need to answer. The first one, who will be interested with these research findings? Is it local versus international practitioner, or just a researcher? Who will be interested with our research findings? So you need to look at this depending on who sponsor your research and whatnot. Is the research really providing new interesting finding? This is another thing. If you look at the topics that I share with you, most of the topic is actually a new topic. So it can be an interesting finding because nobody have a good idea about all this area. Then you need to ask where and how should I disseminate these findings. So after you do your research, how you want to disseminate your findings? Are you targeting a very high impact journals? Then when we prepare our research, I think that is something to be, all these questions need to be asked in terms of doing research in pharmacy practice. So basically, if you want to do all the researches now in pharmacy practice, there is a few strategy can be used. Either you can go for quantitative method or qualitative methods. In quantitative method, we have two types of quantitative method. We have quantitative data collection. For example, you can do experiment, you can do clinical study, even systematic review and meta-analysis. But we can also do quantitative survey like patient population, healthcare professionals, and also public, just to understand about new things coming from the from the perspective of different people. For example, just now I mentioned to you related to the apps, why they don't want to use. So we distribute the survey to about 400 patients, more than 400 patients on diabetes. We're asking them specific questions why they don't want to use the digital apps, right? So we can get that. So the next method is qualitative methods. The qualitative method, usually we use them for explorations or for explanations, depending on the arrangement of the research project. So after we do the survey, we conduct interview because we want to know in detail why they don't like to use the health apps or mobile apps to support their medication usage. So these are the two methods that usually pharmacists can use to help them with their research. So the way forward for pharmacy practice research is this one. You can see there is more or less similar what I have mentioned to you earlier. So what is currently and what is the future? Currently, actually, we are doing sick care rather than healthcare, meaning that as a pharmacist, we are not just doing study on a patient. So we should also do study on healthy people, how they can maintain their healthy status throughout the journey of their life. So that is one part of new research that I think need to be looked at. Sometimes we are looking at something episodic, meaning that we look at the problem of pharmacy in the hospital. We look at the problem of the pharmacy in the community pharmacy, for example, in the apothec. But the journey throughout pharmacy of the patient. So meaning from the, let's say, from the patient after discharge from the hospital, then how they connecting with their apothec, that need to be looked at also. After they get their medication, they use the medication at home, that may also we want to look at what happened at home. So that is one part of it. Virtual, I mentioned already about the digitalization usage. Personalized, this also need to be done. Crowd sources and whatnot, this one I don't want to touch this because I think the speaker after this will talk about this. AI enhancement, how artificial intelligence can support pharmacists doing their job better. That is one type of research that need to be done. So basically, we are looking at population-specific pharmacotherapy management. That is one area need to be researched. Pharmacotherapeutic management and patient expectation. This is another area that a good research. Knowledge and usage of nano drug formulations and nanotechnology. Knowledge and application of new non-invasive drug delivery devices and monitoring. This is another area that is interesting. Digital health and AI in decision making and also service delivery. And the last but not least is clinical validation of precision medicine practice. So these are the big areas that I believe in the future will be a good pharmacy practice research. So with that, I can conclude my sharing session. Then I open for question and answer.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your explanation or for your speech. So today we will come into the Q&A sessions. We hope we already have a question in this chat box, or any of the participants raise hands. You can also answer by raise your hands. Okay, I see a question in the chat box. Okay, this one. Oh, sorry. Okay, there is a question from Nurul Azizah, Prof. I would like to ask about polypharmacy that you mentioned in your recent presentations. How do we determine whether the polypharmacy present in patients is a correct or incorrect decisions? And what parameters do we use to assess if the decisions to prescribe multiple medication is appropriate?
Okay. One thing is I need to highlight here. When we do research project, we don't want to show anybody doing wrong things. Okay, that is clear cut because we don't want to show that the doctor have prescribed more medication and whatnot. It's rather to check a needs. There is a needs or there is no needs of that. So we need to confirm. So for every single medication being given to the patients, is there any clear indications? That is the questions. Is it really necessary? That is the questions. But either it is necessary or not, the next question is we have to ask, is there any clear guidelines in the managing of the patient? If we don't have a clear guidelines on managing a patient, that can be very difficult to determine either it is correct or not, right? So I think the establishment of, you need to refer in certain reference. For example, if let's say you can have a clinical guideline from somewhere, look at that, and is that been practiced or somebody else doing by their own things, right? So you need to have a good reference about how to manage a disease. So from there, you compare the practice. But again, as I mentioned to you, where is the reference come from? If you talk about Indonesia, then you have to try to look for the Indonesian clinical practice guidelines. For example, in my case, let's say in Malaysia, we have Malaysian clinical practice guideline for diabetes management. So we will use that as our standard. If there is other medication being given, outside of that scope, then we will ask the doctor why you want to put this, although it is not. Can they justify? If they are not able to justify, then that is one of the issue that we can highlight. Yeah, so I think that is very important. The decision making, as I mentioned earlier, the motive had to be correct. We are not trying to show somebody else doing mistake, because we don't want to create crisis with any other health professionals, right? We are helping each other for the patient. So that is very, very important. So then your questions about what parameter do we use to assess if the decision to prescribe multiple medicines is appropriate? Again, similarly, as I mentioned, about the indication, do people really able to clear cut the indication? Even at the point you meet the patients, you screen the patient medication, is the patient still have active problem with certain medication? Because you have to remember, certain medication being given to the patient are for chronic management. For chronic management, usually it's okay. But the one that is usually becoming a problem in polypharmacy is the acute management. For example, previously, patient having some sort of constipations, and the doctor put the patient on laxative, right? But after the constipation resolved, the laxative never been stopped. The laxative is still on. So that is where we will capture that as a problem, right? So that is one thing. Then you mentioned the second question is regarding the study. Oh, you want to read for me? That's fine.
Yes. Okay. The second question, there are two questions, different question. Then the second question is about the applications. So yes, regarding study that mentioned that application designed to improve adherence in diabetes mellitus patients, what challenges and difficulties are involved in educating patients to use that application?
When we did the study, actually we have published 3 papers on this particular project using mobile applications on how to enhance. The main issue that we found out regarding why they don't want to use is patient put their health status responsibility on the health professionals. It is not on their own responsibility, right? If they don't put that responsibility on themselves, why they want to use the apps by themselves?
Yes.
So when you meet them, they will ask you what to do, what to do, what I need to do. They ask you, but they don't want anything.
Yes, I agree with you, because I already have that project using apps for diabetes mellitus. The result is very in different location in Indonesia. The factors that we concluding as the cause of this bad result is literacy and health literacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the attitude is having problems. So that is our challenge. So that's why my projects, actually earlier we want to test how these apps can improve. But suddenly we change the project, now becoming how we want to educate these people to use the apps. So totally a different project.
Yes, I agree with you. We have some challenge in the research. Okay, this the last questions, because we have we already in 30 past 3. So I will read the last question from Bapak Dedi Albasdi PhD. Could you explore about specialization in pharmacy practice in Malaysia and around the world? Is that difference?
Okay, actually we are following the international, what you call that, development in terms of specializations in pharmacy practice. I'm a bit biased because I myself is a clinical pharmacist. Okay, so I will talk about clinical pharmacists. I'm not sure about community pharmacists. Okay, in the hospital in Malaysia currently, we already developed a system where people can specialize on one particular area of their interest. For example, they can becoming cardiologist pharmacists. Okay, so there is a 3 level of training. that we provided. So first, obviously, you need to have a Bachelor of Pharmacy, becoming a pharmacist. Then after that, it is best for you to go for your postgraduate study, doing Masters of Clinical Pharmacy and whatnot. So you're now becoming clinical pharmacist. Then after that, you can continue becoming first level cardiology pharmacist. Then there is a lot of training, about 1 year of training on cardiology. You jump into second level of cardiology pharmacy. And then we have third level of cardiology pharmacies. Each of the level have a different function. For example, if you are at the third level, you have to manage a very complicated case. Patient with multiple diseases, multiple organ damage, but having cardiac problems. So you deal with that. The first level is dealing with patients that are in cardiac care unit, but it's more limited in terms of their other comorbidities and whatnot. So we have that separation clearly now. So that is the specialization. Even the government also pay us a little bit different salary for different specializations. So we have also the highest level 3 also get a different salary lah for that. Yeah.
Okay. So who give the competencies for the
okay, the training now be done by the Ministry of Health.
Okay.
Yeah, the Department of the Division of Pharmacy Services developed that.
Okay, thank you for your explanation, Prof. Muhammad. So because the time limit our session, so is there anything you want to say for wrap up our session?
Right. I think we have to read a lot, obviously. Don't scared about new things, especially digital things and also AI. Don't worry about how don't think about how all this will replace us, but think how they can strengthen us. That is much more important. And do research how to use all these new things that are coming. Yeah, that's my last words. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your lecture, Professor Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri. We really appreciate your time and your lecture. And now we will come into the second speaker. Oh, so okay, sorry, we will give a certificate appreciation for you as a speaker in this plenary sessions. So, okay. This is the certificate. I will take the picture first for you. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Muhammad bin Makmur Bakri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will go to the second session of this plenary lecture, which will be given by Professor Zahiruddin Babar from College of Pharmacy, Qatar University, and also Department of Pharmacy, University of Huddersfield, UK. So I will read Professor Zahiruddin Babar CV. Okay. Professor Zahiruddin Babar is the Professor of Clinical Pharmacy and Practice at the College of Pharmacy, Qatar University, and a visiting professor at the Department of Pharmacy, University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. His previous academic positions include professors in medicines and healthcare and director of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice Research Center, University of Huddersfield, UK. And head of pharmacy practice, University of Auckland, New Zealand, since 2007 into 2016. He is widely acclaimed for his work in policy and practice, particularly in the areas of quality medicine use, medicines access, and pricing. He has authored over 340 papers, awesome, and is regarded as the leading researcher in the pharmacy practice research category in both Google and Scopus rankings. His publications have appeared in highly respected journals such as PLOS Medicines and The Lancet. Congratulations, Prof. Top tier in the field. Okay. He has served as a consultant and advisor for the WHO, Royal Pharmaceutical Society, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, Health Action International, MSH International, Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Disease, World Bank, European Union, International Pharmaceutical Federation, FIP, and the Pharmaceutical Management Agency of New Zealand. Professor Babar's edited works include Economic Evaluation of Pharmacy Services, Pharmaceutical Prices in the 21st Century, Pharmaceutical Policies in Countries with Developing Healthcare Systems, Global Pharmaceutical Policy, Access to High-Cost Medicines, Pharmacy Practice Research Methods, Pharmacy Practice Research Case Studies, Encyclopedia of Pharmacy Practice and Clinical Pharmacy. And his most recent publication is Encyclopedia of Evidence in Pharmaceutical Public Health and Health Services Research in Pharmacy. He also the founding editor-in-chief of the Journal of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice, a high-impact publication providing evidence-based insights and recommendation for policymakers. Recommendation for policymakers, practitioners, and researchers. Sorry. He is passionate about advancing the quality, equity, and sustainability of healthcare systems and improving health outcomes for people around the world. Okay, Prof, how can I call you? Prof Zahiruddin Babar, Prof Zahir, or how can I call you?
I think he is disconnected, Bu Dia.
Oh, okay, we will wait. Okay. So at this session, Professor Zahiruddin Babar will talk about the role of pharmacists in pharmacovigilance. So we hope we will see Professor Zahiruddin. Let's check. Yeah, I already saw. Okay. Hello, Professor. Yes, how can I call you, Prof?
Or you can just call me Professor Zahir.
Okay, Professor Zahir. Thank you very much. So at this session, you will talk about the role of pharmacists in pharmacovigilance, right?
Yeah, so
Yes.
can I start?
Yes, the time is yours. The screen is yours. Go.
Can you see my Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes, clear in.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see.
Hello, can you see my screen? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. I mean, it's a real pleasure to be here this afternoon. Minutes or so is about the evidence and the importance of building evidence in pharmacy practice research, actually. So to discuss what constitutes impactful pharmacy practice research, and I would start with the background and origin of pharmacy practice research, actually. So pharmacy practice research, as you all know, is a specialty field within the wider area of health services research. It focuses on studies of how and why people access pharmacy services, the cost of care and services, and what happened to patients as a result of care.
It also include intervention, control, implement changes in the delivery of these services. But the business tax, because it can help us address a number of questions. It can help us is the medicine adherence, because you can fantastic. So if you look at the global figures, you would see that actually every 100 prescriptions which are written, only 25 to 30 prescriptions are taken properly. The other medicines are not taken properly. So these are the similar sort of statistics we have from United States, United Kingdom, that every 100 prescriptions which are written, only about 30% of taken properly. So this shows the importance of medicine adherence and the role pharmacists could play actually to improve medicine adherence. But it also highlights the challenges we have to generate evidence in pharmacy practice research, because we would like to promote research, we would like to do research, but what is the good pharmacy practice, and how we can generate evidence which we can act upon to either make practice change or either to do policy change. There was a scarcity of evidence in pharmacy practice research, and not only in one country, but globally. We have seen the evidence was scarce. For example, a few years ago, we looked at Cochrane reviews, and only 39 systematic reviews relevant to pharmacy were found in the Cochrane library. And so it shows that actually we need more evidence-based research, which can help improve the practice. So basically, based on that, last year I did an encyclopedia on evidence, basically, in a pharmaceutical public health and health services research in pharmacy. So what it says that what sort of evidence you can produce, that the evidence which could be helpful to make a practice change or to have a policy change, because you could do a large number of studies, but if the evidence is not helpful, then of course you can't really make a difference. And in terms of producing the best evidence, what we have seen is that the meta-analysis and systematic reviews, they are at the top of generating evidence. In this sort of evidence hierarchy, meta-analysis and systematic reviews are at the top. And in the next few minutes, I'm going to show you some of the examples of the evidence that we're actually, in terms of evidence, there is an impact which is being generated. So here are a few examples of impact. So one of the wonderful examples we have from the impact is an Australian example of evidence and impact, in which the introduction of home medicine review, because it's an interesting example of excellent integration between service provision and research. There was a randomized controlled trial which was done in the nursing home sector. And because of this trial, the findings of these trials actually helped to have informed negotiations within the third CPA to fund pharmacists and GP involvement in the Australian Home Medicine Review Program. So what I'm trying to say is that because of this study in Australian Home Medicine Review, the Australian government actually gave this agreement and they funded them with any, and the studies like this actually, a large number of pharmacy services were funded. So this is an excellent example. And this comprised of $16 billion in pharmacy remuneration for the dispensing pharmaceutical benefit scheme, and also about 1 billion for professional pharmacy program. So it's a wonderful example that how you can do studies which can actually make a real impact and policy change. So there are a number of studies in clinical setting which can make an impact. So for example, this systematic review was the effectiveness of clinical pharmacy services. It's an overview of systematic reviews done in 2000 to 2010. So they assessed clinical pharmacy services under specific condition. So the findings emphasize the need to better define clinical pharmacy services and standardized method that assess the impact of services on patient health outcomes. So it was not a single systematic review, but it's actually sort of overview of systematic review, which were done in 10 years, and it shows the effectiveness of clinical pharmacy services. Very excellent. There was another Cochrane review, which actually looked at effect of outpatient pharmacists non-dispensing roles on patient outcomes and prescribing. In this systematic review, there were 43 studies which were included visual care from a physician. So pharmacist intervention resulted in improvement in most clinical outcomes, although these improvements were not always statistically significant. Though we always advocate for the role of pharmacists, the Cochrane reviews like this could actually help reflect that up to what extent the role of pharmacist is effective in certain settings. This was another systematic review, rather Cochrane review, looking at non-medical prescribing versus medical prescribing for chronic disease management in primary and secondary care. Non-medical prescribers practicing in a range of settings they found they're effective as usual care medical prescriber, but did not separate out as a conclusion for pharmacists and a conclusion for nurses. So we didn't really know that pharmacists were any better than nurses or sort of vice versa. This is another systematic review which looked at pharmacist-led medication reviews and hospital admissions. And they found that pharmacist-led medication reviews interventions can't reduce hospital admissions, basically. However, these interventions may improve drug knowledge and adherence, but insufficient data exists to know whether they affect patient quality of life positively or not. This is a systematic review which actually looked at factors influencing the implementation of clinical pharmacy services for hospitalized patients. And they found that clinical pharmacy services are not uniformly implemented across healthcare institutions. And they actually looked at the factors which could help to implement the clinical pharmacy services for inpatients. So what they observed that the findings led insight into the attitudinal and political factors that are as important as pharmacist skills to have a successful clinical pharmacy service implementation. So the clinical pharmacy services are not only important, but also the attitudinal and political factors are equally important. And this was a mixed method systematic reviews. It included studies which were qualitative studies as well as the using systematic review is that you could actually sort of synthesize a large number of studies. So instead of reading one article, one research article, you can actually read a number of papers and come to a conclusion. And these systematic reviews are some of the examples where you could have a practice change or a policy change. So this was another systematic review on medicine reconciliation, and they identified 13 studies. And the optimum medicine reconciliation practice is not widely standardized. It requires discussion among healthcare professionals and key organizations. Research on evaluating cost effectiveness is also lacking in this context. This was a systematic review which looked at a very important issue regarding the adverse drug reaction in elderly pharmacovigilance data. So 14 hospital-based observational studies exploring ADRs in the elderly in acute care setting were identified. This review identified that 1 in 10 elderly patients will experience an ADR leading to or during their hospital stay. Future research focused on identifying and minimizing the risk of ADR in the elderly is needed in this systematic review. So these were some of the systematic reviews which I've shared with you to show you that what sort of studies are needed, what sort of studies are important in both in clinical and hospital setting, and in both low and middle income countries, and also in the high-income countries. Now I'm going to touch base upon some of the factors which are really important factors and which could play a role in community pharmacy practice, in community setting in both in low and middle income countries, but also in high income countries. And I've come up with a list of things which can the factors which can influence and improve pharmacy practice in primary care in community pharmacy sector. And this includes universal health coverage, affordable medicines, pharmacist prescribing, pharmacist remuneration, evaluation of GP practice pharmacist role, economic evaluation of pharmacy services, pharmacy services during COVID, of the pertinent issues which are actually sort of impacting primary care in community setting in both high-income countries as well as in low and middle-income countries. So one of the most important thing we have is the universal health coverage is in place, and the state is responsible for providing affordable medicine. So this is mostly in high-income countries that the universal health coverage is in place, and the state is responsible for affordable medicine in the public, whether this is in hospital or primary care. But we did not see this as something which is happening in low and middle income countries. Overall, universal health coverage is not there. So this is a key factor if we need to improve community pharmacy practice in low and middle income countries.
Jadi ada nomor redaksi koran apa gitu, nggak ada kenalan. Rupanya hari Sabtu orang dia monek.
Another important factor is pharmacists prescribing and the role of non-medical prescribing was found to have evolved from September 26. The International Pharmaceutical Federation is also supporting this role, but also we have to be careful in low and middle income countries that under what conditions pharmacist prescribing could be useful and it could be suitable. For example, this systematic review has suggested that pharmacist prescribing services may improve access to medicines. But in this systematic review, the most studies which were included were from high-income countries, including United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States. Another important factor in low and middle-income countries and the difference in high-income countries is the pharmacist remuneration. As I've shown you in the previous slides, that Australia is paying on average 16 to 18 billion Australian dollars to support pharmacy services. And we did not see this kind of money being happening in low and middle income countries. So for example, a report by FIP, International Pharmaceutical Federation, they actually stated that all countries, pharmacy services are remunerated, which involves improving the use of medicine. However, these agreements are complex and pharmacists need more administrative support in this regard. Actually paying money to pharmacists to support the services, and most pharmacy services at the moment are supported through out-of-pocket payments or through when selling the medicines and so on. And so forth. This was a review which we did, a narrative synthesis of literature, where we looked at the remuneration of pharmacists. And these countries we have are most for Western developed countries, which are supporting. In Nordic countries, for example, asthma counseling service is the only remuneration service. In Australia, UK, New Zealand, several pharmacy services are being reimbursed. In Malaysia, Hungary, Iran, Pakistan, Croatia, Jordan, Peru, pharmacy services are not remunerated for providing professional pharmacy services. So I would say that remuneration of pharmacy service is a single most important factor. It's a very important factor which can actually drive the quality of pharmacy services. The delivery, including many of these services, are basically dependent on that, whether these services are provided or not provided. And in the past, and also we are increasingly seeing this, is the economic evaluation of pharmacy services. Many countries have implemented professional pharmacy services, which are often subsidized by national healthcare systems. However, in many countries around the world, economic evaluation of pharmacy services is recommended, just justifying the money which is being spent on these services. And there are a large number of studies which are being done, which actually looked at the effectiveness of clinical pharmacy services, and they all showed that clinical pharmacy services are effective in reducing healthcare cost. So we have done personally a number of systematic reviews which are indicating the similar sort of thing. We published just recently this systematic review with colleagues from Thailand. We looked at 43 articles which were reviewed, and they were in the major practice setting in United States, UK, Canada, and Netherlands, but they were all showing that the pharmacy services were found to be cost effective, cost savings among both in developed countries and also in low and middle income countries. So if you employ clinical pharmacy services, they could be both cost effective, and this is based on the economic models which are being used. The increased use of economic evaluation of pharmacy services confirmed the worth of pharmacy services in improving patient health outcomes in all settings. So economic evaluation should be incorporated into developing innovative pharmacy services as well. So these are some of the factors which can improve community pharmacy practice, including pharmacy remuneration, economic evaluation of pharmacy services, universal health coverage. And we also looked at pharmacy services in Europe during COVID-19, because during COVID-19, we have seen that pharmacists have played a very important role. So we conducted a number of studies, and we provided a synthesis of and evidence on pharmacy interventions on COVID-19 in Europe. So there were a range of pharmacy services which were provided. You can see, especially during COVID-19, because during COVID-19, the community pharmacies were the only outlets which were open. So we mapped current practices on 31 pharmacy interventions on COVID-19 in 32 countries in Europe. So this is a study which I did with the pharmaceutical group of European Union. And most studies were cross-sectional or descriptive. A wide area of pharmacy intervention on COVID-19 were implemented in several countries within a very short time. And one of the important things, what these studies were showing to us, that they were providing a significant impact to improve pharmacy research policy and practice in response to public health emergencies in Europe and globally. And as a result of these studies, these interventions, in many of these countries, the pharmacy laws and regulations were changed permanently, which is a sort of fantastic thing. So this is a snapshot. At the top, you can see the names of the countries. And on the left-hand side, you can see the prevention, preparedness, and some of the services which were offered. And later on, we published this paper in Research in Social and Administrative Pharmacy. So if anyone is interested to read, they can actually look through this paper. So now coming to what will be the future of pharmacy practice research. So in terms of futuristic agenda for pharmacy practice research, what could be the things which could basically play a role in this context? So we did a study and looked at the perspectives of academics and practitioners from 5 developed countries, including Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, Canada, and United States. And we talked with both academics and practitioners equally. And this was a qualitative study, and we looked into the impact of professional standards and policy and how research could be utilized in community
and how to implementing findings to ensure sustainability of pharmacy practice research. The future approaches which come very strongly in all settings, including technology, changing consumers, because the consumers are actually also more informed. Cross-disciplinary or interprofessional collaboration, new models of care, economic evaluation of pharmacy services, cultural understanding, and availability of big data. So these were some of the important things which were actually coming through in this context. And I also did a very short synthesis in 3 countries, Australia, New Zealand, and United Kingdoms in terms of future. And why this was important for them, because 70% of the Australian aged between 45 to 64 regularly use medicine. And again, I've shown you in the previous slides as well that 30 to 50% of prescribed medicines for long-term conditions are not taken as recommended. So it's a huge figure. And this is the same sort of figure which we have from United Kingdom and United States as well. Action for change points for pharmacists in 2023. And these were medicine safety, community pharmacy, care team, prescribing, transition of care, health hubs, workforce, funding, rural and remote, research and evaluation, and digital transformation. And in the next sort of slides, I will show you that in United Kingdom and New Zealand, they also have the similar sort of features. To achieve these 11 action for change points, they come up with 5 enablers of change. So these are the enabling points, which will make these 11 action for change points. And these 5 enablers of change are workforce, technology, quality, environment, and finance. So they need to invest resources on this actually to achieve these points. Now it's 2024, and maybe we will be working on a next strategy and evaluation, but actually use these 5 enablers of change to have these action points in place. So I also did a comparison between England, Australia, and New Zealand, and I come up with a similar sort of statistics, similar sort of key parameters as well. So the key parameters for pharmacy practice change are workforce, technology, leadership, finance, environment, and quality. So these are the sort of indicators which would drive the future of pharmacy practice research in these countries, or future of pharmacy practice research. So it means that if you need to improve the use of medicine, if you need to improve community pharmacy in primary care, you need to invest resources and money on workforce. You need to invest resources on technology, leadership, need to have excellent leaders, quality of, as I've shown you in the previous slides, that a lot of drug laws were changed as a result of the practice change in COVID-19. Because the community pharmacies, they were actually doing some of the work which they were not previously doing. But the countries, they actually come up with reforms and legislation and regulation to improve those practices as well. So we also come up with some conceptual models regarding the future of pharmacy practice. And as you can see, some of the conceptual models are linking with the delivery, with public policy, with funding, with professional competency and leadership skills. So these are sort of similar sort of parameters or similar sort of things what we have discussed in the previous slides as well. So these are some of the futuristic models which we have published regarding the future of pharmacy practice in this context. So now, in terms of designing a pharmacy practice, parameters which you have to think about. So for example, if you need to think about, the first thing which you need to think about is the applicability and transferability. So, I mean, the the things you have in United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand, some of the programs, so whether the interventions could be implemented, for example, in Indonesia or not. So the applicability and transferability of this is very, very important, so that the project which you are undertaking, whether you can apply the intervention process, whether this could be implemented in the local setting or not. So sometimes it's good to take advice, it's good to do papers, but the most important thing is whether the intervention would be as effective in the new setting as it was in the original study setting. So this is a sort of an important issue if you need to undertake a study by looking at the studies which were done in high income setting. And one of the things which I've told you in high income setting, one of the most important thing is the huge amount of money and resources which are being spent on community pharmacy. So for example, Australia is spending about $16 to $18 billion on community pharmacy practice. And that's why you see a lot of research in Australia on community pharmacy. That's why you see a lot of studies and articles and published articles in public domain. You would like to do the similar sort of work in low and middle income countries, but the problem is that there is no pharmacy remuneration and there are no huge resources which are being practice research project. Of course, you need to look at applicability and transferability. What are the other things which you can look at? So the key features which could look at in producing successful research could be types of methodologies. So for example, you need to be expert in quantitative, qualitative methodologies, systematic reviews. In the start of this presentation, I've shown you a large number of systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And why I've shown you those systematic reviews, because they can provide us some guidance and whether you can use those findings in terms of informing policy and practice. Because the most important thing is actually when you are conducting research is that how this research will be used. Who will be the end user of this research? And this is a crucial thing when you are framing a research question. To me, the most important thing is the selection of topic. So when you are undertaking a master's or PhD work or even undergraduate student work, the most important thing is how this research is going to be used in community or hospital setting. Who will be the end user? Will the government will take benefit of it? Will the consumers will benefit from this work? Whether the hospital administrators will benefit from this work? Whether the policy makers will benefit from this work? So I think these are the crucial issues which we need to ask before conducting any research, that how pharmacy practice research or clinical pharmacy practice research could be used in under what setting and under what circumstances. So with that, I would like to conclude. So my concluding remarks are that where are we with pharmacy? Pharmacy practice is evolving at a fast pace. It's actually developing fast in both in high income as well as in low and middle income countries. The drivers which I've shown you in pharmacy practice in high income setting, in all high income settings, is technology, pharmacist prescribing, remuneration, advancement in healthcare. And we need new care models in this context. So with that, I would like to conclude, and I would like to say thank you to organizers for actually inviting me to present on this very important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Zahir. Okay, next we will open the Q&A sessions. For those who wants to ask a question, can share, can raise your hands or write it in the chat box. Okay, Prof, I have a questions. It based on my experience few days ago, I teach systematic review and meta-analysis. So the student, this is for the postgraduate students. So they ask a question about can we do this systematic review and meta-analysis, because we are still a newbie in research. So at the time I said, yes, of course, you already did research in your bachelor. So, and how about you, Prof?
You mean in undergraduate students?
No, postgraduate student.
Yeah,
Yes, of
all my
course.
PhD students, all my PhD students, when they start PhD, they have to start with the systematic review.
Okay,
a large number of them, a large number
Yeah.
of them published systematic reviews, narrative reviews, or sort of comprehensive reviews. So it's a must because I think it will provide a very good understanding of the topic.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And did all the reviews are registered in Prospero?
Yeah, I mean, Prospero is one, but I think there are other different tools as well which you could use.
Yeah.
But it's not 100. I mean, it's good to have Prospero, but it's not always compulsory to have Prospero.
Okay.
Those are the tools as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Many
Okay.
people would accept it even if it is not in Prospero.
Yeah, because Prospero is one of the by your university. I'm not sure. Maybe from York. Okay. Okay. This is a question from Bapak Dedi Almasdi, Dr. Dedi Almasdi. I will read for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's advisable to have Prospero because it would increase the validity and it will increase the quality of the work. Yeah, but it's just a tool. Yeah.
Okay. This is the question from Dr. Dedi Almasdi. Could you suggest about international funding for research in pharmacy practice?
International funding for research. I mean, this is the way how do you define pharmacy practice research. If you talk about community pharmacy practice, I'm not really sure if there is any funding available. For example, FIB may have some smaller grants and things, but there could be some countrywide studies where you could have some work. There could be some funding, but it depends from one project to another project. And these were done, I think many studies were done in Africa. So there were some fundings. I've worked on some funded projects, but I was not the principal investigator, but there were others where I was the principal investigators on some of the pricing studies, which we did in Nepal and Bhutan. So for example, in Nepal, it was funded by Message. In Bhutan, it was funded by United Nations Development Program. There were some other projects which were funded by World Bank in Africa, in some of the African countries, but they actually they work on pharmaceutical system strengthening where you could have, but and this comes with a total package of health system as well. So yeah, so there could be
So actually, it could be anywhere, Prof.
Yeah, it could be anywhere.
Yes, because in my I was graduate from University of Groningen. We have a project like Zone MW, so everyone that applicable that can apply for that project. So the people on that organization will decisions will get the projects. And also for another question, Prof. Okay, about the remuneration of pharmacists in New Zealand, Australia, for us in Indonesia is very large. I wonder if we from Indonesia can work there. Is there any regulations?
I mean, the thing is that that's what I was trying to say in my presentation, that this is the single most important factor in actually in determining in the importance and the development of pharmacy practice in a country. And I don't think so. This is something which is done by the pharmacist. This is done by the political government. So it's actually a health system approach where you uplift. So this is a complex system in Australia, UK, and United Kingdom. And this is not only about pharmacy remuneration. Pharmacy remuneration is one side, but then you have the electronic health record, because all the pharmacies in these countries, as you well know, in the UK, they're all linked with the digital electronic records. So if you actually get a prescription from a doctor, you can actually be dispensed in any pharmacy. So it's more sort of a centralized system. So if any country want to invest resources, they have to invest resources on digital health, on electronic records, and then perhaps they can also invest resources on pharmacy remuneration. So this is a step towards universal health coverage. So this is all together. There are a number of factors here. So it's not in countries. You could have some pharmacy remuneration, for example, in Turkey and others, but they're not as equivalent to as what we see in Australia, New Zealand, the UK, and some Western countries. And the reason behind, because it's a total package on universal health coverage.
Okay, so a package from universal health coverage based on that. Okay, okay.
I know that there are some elements in place. Yeah, but it's not a complete context. Yeah.
Okay, I see. So in this screen, I see Dr. Yeli Octavia Sari raise her hand. Please, Dr. Yeli, is there any question? Still unmute.
Mute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Najmiatul Fitria. Very good afternoon, Prof. Zahir. Yeah, I'm very happy to we are also feel very honored to having you here in our conference. Prof. Zahir, one of my question is, your presentation is very, very good, and we would like to have kind of a good research like yours. You have many publications, many articles, many books also. As academician and also practitioner healthcare, in your opinion, what is our role and how we can start? What step we can do for this achievement like yours? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yeli, for your kind remarks about the presentation. I think the first step I would say is that the last two slides which I've shown you of this presentation, and these were related to designing the pharmacy practice research project. So as I said, the most important thing is the framing the research question. So you need to come up, or your colleagues or your students need to come up with a good research question or good topics, because I think the good research starts with the good topics. It's not the other way around. Sometimes we spend huge amount of money and resources working on a project and a title, but when we want to publish it, we realize that it's not an important topic. The journals don't want to publish it. Why the journals don't want to publish it? Because they don't see any value in this work, because it's not useful for society. So it means that starting a research project, the first most important thing is that we need to be very careful in selecting the topic. That what topic we are selecting. So in terms of selection of topic, then we have to see that how it's going to be beneficial for the consumers, for society, for the government, or for the health policy makers, how we can bring the change. And that's why I've shown you a large number of studies which have made the impact. So for example, there was a small study in Australia on home medicine review, which was converted into clinical trial, but then that study resulted in getting a lot of money from the government. So I think the impact of the study could be huge in the long run. So that's number one, selecting the research topic. The second thing is that you need to carefully look at the methodologies and get an expertise on developing the methodologies, whether it's qualitative, quantitative, systematic reviews, meta-analysis, and so on and so forth. So these could be some of the steps which can actually help develop the research process. Thank you very much once again for inviting me. Dr. Yeli. You're mute.
Yes. Yes.
The host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves. It's written here. Prof, last question, Prof. Is there any opportunity for us, Andalas University, to have collaboration with your Qatar University, Prof?
Yes, certainly I can explore this further. I may not be able to answer this at the moment, but I'm happy and willing to explore this further. And I think this will be an
Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Prof. Because here we are lecturer here have a specific idea for research from pharmaceutical care, and then pharmacoepidemiology, pharmacoeconomy, and also the pharmacovigilance. It's we already have that topic here. So next
To
questions
collaborate
come
further.
from yes, thank you very much. And next question from our chairman Dwisari Dwisari Dila Samola, Ibu Dr. Dwisari, please. Still unmute.
Is mute.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Najmiatul. Hello, good afternoon, Professor Zahir Babar. Thank you, Professor Zahir, for sharing your valuable insights with us today regarding the future direction of pharmacy practice research. I would like to ask your opinion for the following questions. I have two questions for you, Prof. The first question, evidence-based research plays a crucial role in shaping effective pharmacy practice and public health policies. How can integrating the latest research findings into pharmacy practice influence decision-making regarding medicine use and access, and what specific examples demonstrate this impact? And the second one, the synthesis of foundational knowledge and current research is essential for advancing healthcare practice. What methods and theories are most effective in conducting health services research within pharmacy practice, and how can this approach enhance and the overall quality of pharmaceutical public health? Thank you, Bro.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dilasari, for asking a very interesting question. I think I will answer the second question first, because you asked about theories and methods. And I've shown you one of the slides in my presentation that actually we looked at some of these databases, and there were very few systematic reviews which were published on pharmacy practice in the last few years. But in the last few years, we have seen that now this number is increasing. And many of the studies which the pharmacists have published and they have made impact. They use both quantitative and qualitative techniques. And another thing for the impactful studies is to work together with economists, with social scientists, with psychologists, with other healthcare professionals, and working towards more interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research in nature. Because when we work together, then of course we can find better problems for the solution. So the key is to approach multiple approaches, qualitative, quantitative, and also working with other healthcare professionals, doctors, nurses, psychologists, sociologists, healthcare economists, because then you can see the impact of the research could be huge. Because as a pharmacist, we cannot only work in silos. We cannot just do pharmacy practice research and show to our own people. Nobody would understand that. We need to be out there. And that's why my journal of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice, it covers both dimensions. It covers practice research, but it also covers policy research. So policy research means that a large number of health economists, psychologists, public policy people, they can actually publish paper in our journal. So not only on pharmacy, but medicine's use an access which is very broad. So we cover a broad range, including other disciplines as well in pharmaceuticals. So that's the way to go. So in terms of your first question, in terms of impact, personally, I've done some studies which have made the impact. So for example, some of the studies, the pricing studies we have done in many countries, they have gone into the parliament and they have actually changed the policies. For example, pricing policies in some of the countries in Southeast Asia. So I think the studies need to be meaningful, and sometimes the research questions actually come from the government. So if we ask what they are looking for, what are their problems, and then try to solve these problems. And I was lucky because I was invited as a sort of a advisor and a consultant in many of the countries where there were already problems, for example, in terms of medicines access and pricing and medicines use. And I worked with those countries, conducted research, and the benefit of working with the government is actually then straight away the findings are with the government officials, and they can actually make a policy change if they would like to use that.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Zahir. Thank you, Dr. Najmiatul. Still mute.
Okay. Is there any question so far? Okay, one more question, Prof. Zahir. It is about Journal of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice. I searched for this journal. This is in the top quartile journal, and as what you told before about your presentation and your slide, what kind of manuscript that will be acceptable to be published in that journal? Is there, beside the methodology, is there any limitation in sampling?
Not
yes.
really. We do not have any limitation as far as in qualitative work. We do not really look at sampling. So it's a different field of work, which is based on convenience sample. So if you look at the type and nature of articles which we publish original research articles, commentaries, reviews, all types of articles, and basically more towards macro pharmaceutical policy and practice, but we also publish hospital-based studies as well. And we have published a number of studies in Indonesia. So the best thing is actually you go to the website and see what kind of work which we publish. We publish studies from over 100 countries. So we not only publish from countries, but also publish on high-income countries. Journal of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice.
Yeah, and this is I got message from participant directly. Yes,
Cover
they
both
said
dimensions, medicines
yes.
with the policy. Yes.
Yeah, and the question from WhatsApp direct WhatsApp to me. Is there any discount for lower middle income country? Because Indonesia has dropped into lower middle income country according to the World Bank in this year. 200 something, 2,000 something euro is expensive.
Yeah. If you go to the journal website, when you submit the article, then you can ask for a waiver. And in that, you can upload a letter if you do not have any specific funding. With that, you can actually apply to Taylor & Francis, and Taylor & Francis sometimes provide the discount, and they can actually discount based on, and many papers are discounted papers. or we do not charge. Many papers are, of course, they have to pay because there's a publishing model and somebody has to pay to cover the cost. But then we also publish a large number of papers which are discounted or where we do not charge the money. So not every article you see which appear in the journal have paid. We also offer discounts and
Okay, thank you. It's a good news for us, Bu Yeli. There's a chance to publish in high quartile journal. So we just write a waiver and submit to the journal, Prof. So we will try it.
most welcome.
Okay, so because the time already 4:30, so we will end our sessions. And do you have anything to wrap up your presentation, Prof. Zahir?
No, I think I think thank you very much for the invitation. It was a great session, and I wish you all the very best for the successful conference.
Okay, thank you very much. And for the MC, we will give a certificate to Prof. Zahiruddin Babar. So we will take a picture, Prof, for the certificate. So I lost your picture here.
Yeah, I can take a
Okay.
picture of
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Zahiruddin Babar. Yeah, we hope we can collaborate further in pharmaceutical care, pharmacy practice, and also another field if you're willing to collaborate with us. Because pharmacy is a huge field, and we really want to we need suggestion from you. Okay.
it's a player indeed.
Yes, thank you. Okay,
you.
thank you very much. So this is the end of the sessions. I will give the screen to MC, the Master of Ceremony.
Thank you very much, Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, PhD, for guiding us in this plenary session too. And also, we would like to thank our amazing keynote speakers, Professor Muhammad Makmur Bakri, PhD, and Professor Zahir Uddin Babar. Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of appreciation for our moderator, we would like to invite Apoteker Najmiatul to be on the screen to receive a certificate as the moderator in this session of plenary lecture. Here's the certificate of appreciation and thank you to Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, PhD. Now, please give us your best smile because our comedy IT will take a screenshot for documentation. I will help by counting from 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you. Once again, thank you to Apoteker Najmiatul Fitria, PhD.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you also for the speakers and also for the distinguished people, distinguished participants, and also for the committee.
You too. Thank you, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, the conclusion of this second session of plenary lecture also marks the end of today's conference agenda. I trust that we have all had a productive and inspiring time together. I hope that all our esteemed participants have found the presentation during this conference to be both informative and helpful. As your master of ceremony for today, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation in this event. We sincerely hope that you have found this conference enjoyable and enriching thus far. I am delighted to announce that I will have the privilege of hosting this conference again for our second day, which will take place tomorrow, October 31st, featuring more remarkable speakers. That concludes my part for today. Thank you very much for your attention, and please accept my apologies for any errors that may have occurred. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.